I'm calling to order this meeting. This is a regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council, Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. The time is 11:38 in the morning. This meeting is being held in person in the council chambers, room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. It's also being broadcast live on Council Channel 13. It's available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. This is a regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole. We have several items for markup, including two measures related to the fiscal year 2024 budget. This meeting will be followed by an additional legislative meeting of the council. I expect that there will be a fair amount of time spent in the Committee of the Whole with the budget measures. And so folks who are here for the legislative meeting, maybe a little bit of a wait, and then we'll get to the legislative meeting. We begin our Committee of the Whole meetings with calling the roll to determine whether we have a quorum. Mr. Cash?
Chairman Mendelson.
Present.
Councilmember Allen. Here. Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Fruman.
Here.
Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Nadeau.
Here.
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Pinto.
Present.
Councilmember Robert.
Present.
Councilmember Trahan White. Councilmember Trahan White. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. We have the filing of reports. We have the Secretary's report of committee filings. And for the Chair Pro Tem. Looking for the senior member of the council. I will move to waive the reading of the Secretary's report. Let's take a moment here. Councilmember McDuffie.
I will move to waive the reading of the Secretary's report.
Been a motion to waive the reading of the Secretary's report. Is there discussion on the motion? By voice vote, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We have the Secretary's log of introductions and referrals. Councilmember McDuffie.
And again, I will move to waive the reading of the Secretary's log of introductions and referrals.
Been a motion to waive the reading. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We have four measures for markup in the Committee of the Whole. The first is Bill 25-22, Allen Y. Liu Place Designation Act of 2023. This legislation would officially redesignate Mount Vernon Place Northwest between 7th and 9th Street as Allen Y. Liu Place Northwest. The location is in Ward 2, I believe. The report says Ward 5. This is an official naming. This is in front of the convention center. An official naming typically involves the designation of postal addresses and enables the placement of primary entrance to residences or offices. I believe there are only two buildings that front on this, and that would be the old Carnegie Library and the current convention center. The naming would be after Allen Liu, who joined the district government in 1996 as the managing director of the Washington Convention Center Authority, now known as Events DC. In that role, he oversaw the planning, development, and construction of the new Washington Convention Center, which was completed in 2003 at a total cost of $850 million and is one of the district's largest public building projects. From 2004 to 2007, Mr. Liu served as Chief Executive Officer of the District of Columbia Sports and Entertainment Commission, another precursor of Events DC, where he managed the renovation and operation of the RFK Memorial Stadium and the construction of the Washington Nationals baseball stadium. He And the new baseball stadium was completed in 2008. In 2007, Mr. Liu was appointed Executive Director of the District of Columbia Office of Public Education Facilities Modernization, affectionately known as OPEFM, which was responsible for construction, renovation, and stabilization of District of Columbia public school facilities. During his time there, many long neglected education facilities, otherwise known as schools, were brought up to 21st century standards, with many projects hailed as examples of urban academic architecture, for which the district received a number of awards for design innovation, construction excellence, and environmental sustainability. In 2011, then Mayor Vince Gray appointed Mr. Liu as the city administrator, where he managed the district's budget and overall operations, included a number of capital projects. The report lists a variety of projects that he oversaw. Alan Liu had a reputation as an eccentric and innovative builder and problem solver, and exhibited innovative leadership. He demonstrated an ability to deliver projects on time and on budget. His leadership style focused on delivering results and changing the status quo when things weren't proceeding as they should. Unfortunately, Mr. Liu succumbed to complications associated with COVID-19 on June 23, 2020. This legislation was introduced last fall, and it was reintroduced on January 11th of this year. When it was reintroduced, it was introduced by Councilmember Gray, together with Councilmembers Bonds, Fruman, McDuffie, Pinto, and Robert White. The committee of the whole held a hearing on this legislation, the version that was introduced last fall. The hearing was held on December 12, 2022. As I said, the bill was reintroduced, essentially the same, and the committee has received no testimony or comments in opposition to the designation or to the legislation. Without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion? We'll have a roll call vote on the vote is on the print and report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker. Yes. Councilmember Parker votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The print and report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next bill for markup is Bill 25-31, entitled Xi Omega Way Designation Act of 2023. This legislation would symbolically designate 14th Street between Allison Street Northwest and Arkansas Avenue Northwest as Xi Omega Way. This location is in Ward 4. It's a symbolic naming. It's for ceremonial purposes and shall be in addition to and subordinate to any name that is an official name. In December of 1923, 20 women chartered the Xi Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc. Xi Omega's long history of organized social activism began in the 1930s when the chapter worked to assure decent living conditions for people of color, eliminate police brutality, and establish home rule. In the 1940s, Xi Omega members participated in nonviolent demonstrations, marches, and sit-ins. Today, Xi Omega still is active and holds voter registration drives, voter forums, and transports voters to the polls every year. The Xi Omega chapter has also been recognized by the district for its successful series of consumer advocacy seminars on home buying. In 1956, the chapter purchased property on New Hampshire Avenue. This was a phenomenal achievement at the time. 25 years later, Xi Omega chapter purchased the Xi Omega Center at 4411. I'll say that again, 4411 14th Street Northwest, which has provided a home base for programs in the 14th Street community, including a little library converted to a food pantry during the pandemic. This legislation was first introduced last fall by Councilmembers Lewis, George, and Henderson. The Committee of the Whole held a hearing on the legislation on December 12th, 2022. The bill was reintroduced by Councilmembers Lewis, George, and Henderson on January 12th of this year. The committee has received no testimony or comments in opposition to this legislation. There's no objection. I'll move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion on the motion? Yes, Councilmember Lewis, George, and Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman, for advancing this symbolic street designation measure to officially dedicate the 43 and 4400 blocks of 14th Street between Allison Street and Arkansas Avenue Northwest in Ward 4 as Xi Omega Way. The Xi Omega chapter of the historic Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority was chartered as the sorority's very first graduate chapter in 1923, now celebrating 100 years of service to the community. Both Alpha Kappa Alpha and Xi Omega are proud to have their origins in the District of Columbia. Xi Omega's long history of organized social activism began in the 1920s when the chapter's founding members worked to assure decent living conditions for people of color, eliminate police brutality, and establish home rule. In the 1940s, chapter members participated in nonviolent demonstrations, marches, and sit-ins for equality. This chapter has grown from 20 graduates to nearly 700 sorors that call the district home. The Sisterhood of College Educated Leaders has served the citizens of our community with a plethora of programs for seniors and youth for 100 years now, including partnerships with Roosevelt High School and Powell Elementary School, which are located around the corner from the chapter's headquarters on 14th Street. I am also particularly proud of one of Xi Omega's longest running programs of service, their Monday activities. For more than 42 years, every Monday, the doors of Xi Omega are literally and figuratively open to seniors in our community, currently ranging in the age of 55 to 102 years old, for arts and crafts, sign language class, aerobics, bridge, memory stimulating games, Spanish class, and free lunch. During the isolating days of COVID, Xi Omega pivoted to virtual Monday activities to ensure no seniors were left isolated or lonely. On June 25th, Xi Omega will celebrate its centennial jubilee to honor a legacy of style, substance, scholarship, and service. I am grateful that this symbolic streetway designation is able to coincide with this historic celebration of excellence and service to Black women, seniors, families, and children. The struggle is ongoing, yet the women of Xi Omega and Alpha Kappa Alpha have never run away from a righteous cause. I look forward to the chapter and its Ward 4 home, creating many more years of creating positive and lasting impact in the district. Thank you, Chairman, for moving this.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Lewis George, the joys of going first, basically said much of what I was going to say. So I do want to identify myself with her comments. I do also want to express my appreciation for us moving it as we did. As Councilmember Lewis George said, in June, the chapter will be hosting its Jubilee, its Centennial Jubilee, where they'll be awarding over $100,000 in scholarships to district students. And we have the ability to also celebrate the naming of the street at the same time as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there any further discussion? We will have a roll call vote on the motion, which is to approve both the print and report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The motion to approve the print and report with leave for staff is approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item on the agenda is Bill 25-203, the fiscal year 2024 Local Budget Act of 2023. I, of course, did not write out remarks, so I'm going to have to speak extemporaneously here. Yesterday, I circulated the proposed committee print. And I think for the first time in the history of home rule, the print was actually circulated in accordance with the rules early. Thank you to the budget director and the budget staff. I want to remind members that when we received the proposed budget on March 22nd, generally there was a feeling that although we recognized that this budget would be an austere budget compared to previous years, that there were still a lot of cuts being proposed by the mayor in the budget that were extensive and undesirable. There were a number of projects or initiatives that the council had adopted over the previous several years that were struck. And there were also a number of programs that were severely cut. For example, and this is in no particular order with regard to importance, funding for emergency rental assistance program, which we have seen as an important program to help with those who are on the margins of falling into homelessness, was cut by, I believe it's close to 80%, from $43 million in the current year budget to $8 million in the proposed budget. Access to Justice Initiative, which actually provides civil legal services to individuals, low income residents of the District of Columbia who are struggling to get benefits or are struggling to avoid eviction and would, if they had a lawyer, avoid eviction or get those benefits, that program was cut severely from something like $31.6 million to something closer to around $10 million. There was no funding in the budget proposed by the mayor for additional vouchers to help those that were placing into housing affordability or who we are transitioning out of homelessness. No money in the budget for additional vouchers. Those are just some examples. The council adopted a program several years ago that has a very long-term strategy to change the challenge of wealth for those who are born into poverty, typically or commonly called the baby bonds program. The mayor eliminated that. Last fall, the council adopted legislation with a lot of attention to actually help with regard to public transit and to perhaps reduce some congestion in the city and actually be the first large city in the country that would have fare-free buses struck from the proposed budget. The Criminal Code Revision Commission, a small budget item, proposed to be repealed in the proposed budget. The lesser programs like Safe Shores, which works with kids who are subject to abuse, eliminated, the funding eliminated. This is the budget that we received. The council committees held hearings over the next month and made recommendations at the end of April, which the council members reviewed on an informal basis at a work session on May 3rd, where we identified programs that we wanted to see funded, where there were recommendations by committees that hopefully this committee, the committee of the whole, could add to. So let me start with housing affordability. And actually, let me say this first, and that is the context in which we received the budget was not encouraging. And I think every member expected that, although we would make some improvements, that we would be very limited in what we would be able to do. Due to the work of staff in the budget office, we were able to make substantial progress. And I think that what I circulated yesterday and am proposing for consideration today is quite remarkable. In the area of housing affordability, we were able to, the budget that we have before us would increase funding for emergency rental assistance to the $43 million level. It's the current year budget, which we recognize is probably not adequate or as much as will be needed, but it is substantial. It's at least what we had this year, and hopefully additional resources will be found next year. As this year, the mayor, for example, has obtained from the federal government an additional, I think it's $30 million. Well, we added money to the Access to Justice Initiative to restore to the $31.6 million level in the current year. We added vouchers, working with the Housing Committee, and I want to thank Councilmember Robert White. We identified $40 million over the financial plan for 230 additional permanent supportive housing or PSH vouchers. Some smaller items, for example, this came to my attention very late, $150,000 to a nonprofit, A Wider Circle, to help with distributing furniture to apartments of people who can't afford furnished apartments. In my view, these housing affordability initiatives are important. I would even say critical, but they're also mostly short-term in their effect. What has a longer-term effect, in my view, is what we can do with regard to public education. Now, the mayor in her proposed budget did not propose cutting education. In fact, she proposed increasing the UPSFF, the funding formula, by 5%. And the budget that we have before us would not change that. But what we do have before us is that almost $24 million on an annual basis has been added to individual schools. That, I think, will be a game changer, and that we will see schools beginning to grow rather than struggling just to keep it even because year after year they're confronted with budget cuts. No more. $24 million added to individual schools. In addition, because we recognize the importance of equity, or the importance that there need to be additional resources for children who are born in poverty, who in the law we call at risk. The council last year established this at-risk concentration weight for schools that have 40% or more of its students at risk, or 70% or more at risk. And we, with this budget, have $11.2 million in additions and corrections for this at-risk concentration funding. That's for both sectors, DCPS and the charter schools. This budget adds $15 million to the charter sector for educator pay. It identifies $3.9 million for flexible scheduling. And in the area of education, it adds $8.5 million to the annual subsidy for the University of the District of Columbia, including a new program, a degree program for social workers. As I said, I think that what we can do for education is an investment in long-term benefits to our residents. In the area of public safety, the budget that we have before us leaves the MPD budget as the mayor proposed. It restores significant cuts that were taken in the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants Administration for victim services and domestic violence programs. The budget that we have before us would restore roughly $10 million that was cut in the current fiscal year, and over $27 million over the financial plan. That's 2024 through 2027. And although we don't think of inspectors at the Department of Buildings necessarily in the realm of public safety, decent rental housing is important to our residents, and preventing illegal construction, dealing with vacant properties, that does correlate to public safety. And with this budget, we're restoring 26 inspectors that the mayor had proposed to cut from the Department of Buildings. And I'm hopeful that with the new director who's been nominated, that we will see that this agency really, this new Department of Buildings really takes off. We recognize that downtown recovery is important. There are different strategies for helping downtown. Some of them are long-term. I think what's important are quick benefits. So I included in this category the money that's in this budget, this proposed budget before us today, for overnight bus service, which will help both residents who have night jobs and also businesses that are open late, like our restaurants. So this will help both residents and businesses, this overnight buses. Been a fair amount of attention to this. This has been supported by WMATA, and this would begin in January. The Committee on Judiciary included in its markup, safe corridors for public safety focused on downtown. That's in this budget before us. There is a new large cap grant program in the Commission on Arts, which should help the larger arts venues, which also includes museums. There's in this proposed budget, a retail grant program. I believe it's in DEMPED, $3 million for downtown retail grants to help recover that sector. The 3 circulator routes that the mayor proposed to eliminate are restored with this budget for 1 year. I want to emphasize for 1 year. And then, of course, there are other strategies such as the subtitle that the mayor proposed to help with downtown office to residential conversions and redevelopment downtown. This budget that's before us does not ignore concerns about equity, helping those who have the least to have an opportunity for more. I already mentioned baby bonds. The overnight buses will help many individuals, and what we're doing with education, and in particular, getting more restabilizing schools that are getting cut year after year, and then getting additional dollars to schools. All of these should help in our struggle to change the equity equation in our city. That is the budget before us. I do have to say, as I move the local budget act, that I'm moving it with this correction, not an amendment because it's a correction. The council-wide BSA print struck the subtitle that transferred crime scene services from the Department of Forensic Science to MPD. The Local Budget Act circulation did not reflect the budget transfer back to the Department of Forensic Science. The following updates will be made before filing. In the report on page 28, this is the report for the Local Budget Act, to correct the fiscal year from 2025 to 2024. In the Local Budget Act charts, reverse the committee recommendation of the budget neutral transfer of crime scene services, a division from MPD to DFS beginning in 25, reduce $10,087,000 from MPD beginning in FY24 to transfer crime scene services and 82 FTEs from MPD back to Department of Forensic Science, enhance Department of Forensic Science by $10,087,000 to recognize this transfer. And then in the LBA print, the Local Budget Act print, which is before us, to update the appropriation amounts for both Department of Forensic Science and the Metropolitan Police Department. So there will be that correction, which was stated and partially reflected in the documents, and this will make sure that it's correctly reflected in all of the documents. I do want to note that with crime scene services remaining at the Department of Forensic Science, it will look like we are cutting from the MPD budget, but we're not. What the mayor proposed with regard to MPD and what we think of as MPD is unchanged. But MPD will not get these additional dollars and FTEs, which were related to crime scene services. So it's not a cut, it's just putting back or keeping at DFS what is already at DFS. With that, I move Bill 20, the committee print for Bill 25-203 with the correction and with leave for staff to make technical and conforming changes. And there probably will be some before the bill is engrossed. Is there discussion? Councilmember, did you ask to be recognized? Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree that when we compare this budget to what it looked like in March, we're in a remarkably better place. The Budget Office and all of our staff deserve an immense amount of credit and congratulations for what we've been able to accomplish here, and I hope everyone can get some rest soon. I think my first public comments on the mayor's budget back in March were about emergency rental assistance. So I want to start my remarks there. Right now, I'm proud to be a member of this council that I feel presented a united front to increase funding for ERAP by a substantial amount. As we saw just recently in the point of time count, there have been increases in residents and families experiencing homelessness across the board after many years of significant progress. This budget's funding for ERAP is going to be critical to catch more people before they enter that free fall into the cycle of homelessness. The chairman's addition of over 200 new permanent supportive housing vouchers will also help to lift individuals and families out of homelessness. The council has funded new PSH vouchers every year now for the past 6 years, and I'm proud we can continue that streak. I'm deeply concerned by the mayor's sudden increase in the use of the word entitlement as a negative term when talking about programs like ERAP or baby bonds. To me, framing our social safety net as a pejorative does not reflect our DC values. This budget from council does an incredible amount to restore cuts that would be harmful to DC residents, especially those most in need. Still, it pains me not to see anything here to restore funding for excluded workers, $20 million that really should have been in the hands of those workers by now. Between now and May 30th, I will continue to seek ways to deliver on that promise. This is likely our last chance to do so. I'm happy to see that this budget includes a major shift of funding from DCPS central office budget to our schools and classrooms. This has resulted in restoration of funds in schools across the district, including 7 schools in Ward 1. I'm also pleased to see funds in place to pilot a flexible schedule of district schools. It's my hope that investments in this pilot, as well as reinvestment in classrooms by the council, will send a clear message to our educators that we want them to succeed and we value their well-being. I also want to thank the chairman for finding capital dollars in the budget to establish a childcare center at Roosevelt Stay, which is housed at Garnett Patterson to serve students and community members. This will be a game changer for one of our most vibrant parts of Ward 1. I'm glad this budget restores lines cut from the circulator, including Woodley Park Adams Morgan. The future of the circulator beyond FY24 is a major concern, but I'm glad we have the opportunity to put more work into thinking through the entirety of our transit network. Thank you for retaining a for-hire vehicle surcharge in the BSA. We have advanced a meaningful conversation about using congestion pricing to shape the city and downtown we want to be, an idea that Uber and Lyft have publicly supported. The budget before us also directs the mayor to release the long-awaited congestion pricing study by this time next year, allowing us to have an informed policy discussion on that issue. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for adding that provision. I'm glad the revenue from that will go toward establishing a 24-hour bus network starting in 2024, which is what we approved at the Public Works and Operations Committee's markup. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm almost finished.
Without objection.
An all-hours transit network forms a critical backbone of our transportation infrastructure and will be invaluable to many of our essential workers in our nightlife industry. I'd like to highlight a number of important pieces of legislation that are funded in this budget. The Street Vendor Advancement Amendment Act. Thank you to Councilmember Henderson, Chairman Mendelson, and colleagues on my committee for funding that program. The domestic worker employment rights legislation is fully funded, thanks to collaboration with Council members Louis George and Robert White. The Local Resident Voting Rights Act is funded, thanks to Councilmember Bonds and the Labor Committee. And I was also proud to be able to identify funding for the Pocket Act, which will be transformative in improving the lives of children in our care, giving them a more financially stable start as they transition out of foster care. All right, thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for supporting all of the investments the Department of Public Work, the Committee on Public Works and Operations has invested in, and I look forward to supporting the fiscal year 2024 Local Budget Act.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I don't have a lineup, so let me start one. Councilmember Pinto, then Fruman, then Parker. Did I just say? I'm gonna try to do left and right. Yes, I have Councilmember Pinto, then Councilmember Fruman, then Councilmember Bonds, and then Councilmember Robert White, and I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. This side is keeping quiet. That side, Lewis, George, and Henderson. Councilmember Pinto.
Got a good game plan. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to all of my colleagues for their tremendous work to move forward a thoughtful, equitable, and resident-focused budget. This was a very difficult year, and we were called on to make difficult choices. But I believe the budget proposal before us today makes clear that the district prioritizes public safety, the long-term economic resilience of our city, and housing stability for district residents. As chair of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, I want to begin by discussing the incredible investments this budget makes in public safety and an equitable criminal justice system. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for finishing the work started by my committee to reverse the mayor's significant cuts to access to justice, victim services, and the Criminal Code Reform Commission. And thank you also very much to Councilmember Allen, Bonds, and Henderson for your efforts for those vital services. I want to take a moment to highlight the importance of funding access to justice. ATJ grants support critical civil legal aid services for underserved district residents, helping those residents avoid eviction, unemployment, and other potentially lifelong harms. One public witness shared that for every dollar invested in civil legal aid, we see a return investment of $5 to $9. The $18.1 million cut to this program would not have only meant a significant reduction in these services, but a loss of many of the attorneys doing this work. And I'm proud to see the work that this body did to reverse this reduction, ensuring these attorneys can continue to do critical work on behalf of our underserved residents. I'm also pleased to see that this budget print retains critical funding that the committee passed for recruitment and retention at MPD. As members are well aware, MPD is facing significant staffing shortages and challenges in hiring and retention. Chief Conti has said it could take a decade for MPD's staffing to recover, but we must begin that work today. These staffing and hiring difficulties are coming at a time when we see a rise in gun violence and other crimes in our city. This budget gives Chief Conti all of the funding he says is needed in fiscal year 2024 to bring in high-quality recruits and retain our current officers. I want to note, however, that MPD is not the only public safety agency struggling with hiring and retention, shortages that are also due to nationwide staffing issues. And we must continue to address these staffing challenges also at DOC, OUC, FEMS, DBH, and DHS. Like at MPD, these shortages have a direct impact on public safety and cannot be ignored. I intend to work with other members, the mayor, the attorney general, and others to thoughtfully devise and move forward a plan to comprehensively address these staffing issues. I also want to highlight the investments we made in this budget to ensure the long-term recovery of our downtown, the economic engine of the district, and our city as a whole. Through this budget, the council is funding the blueprint for my bill, the Recovery Act. May I have some more time, Mr.
Without
Chairman?
objection.
Thank you. Through this budget, the council is funding the blueprint for my bill, the Recovery Act, for downtown to create a resilient, vibrant, and safe community. First, resiliency. One of the biggest lessons that we learned during the pandemic was that our most resilient neighborhoods were home to a variety of uses: housing, restaurants, retail, entertainment, and office. Through this budget, we will make our downtown more resilient by converting vacant office buildings to market rate and affordable housing. This budget moves us closer to ensuring that individuals and families who work downtown can afford to live downtown. These conversions are also critical to ensure that our downtown continues to generate tax revenue to fund all of our other citywide priorities. Currently, there are 322 office buildings downtown alone that make up 7.5% of all of our city's revenue. And these conversions will help us adapt to the changing needs of our city and secure this revenue base. Second, vibrance. Through this budget, we will help fill long vacant ground level retail spaces with the new kinds of amenities residents need downtown, like grocery stores, childcare and urgent care centers, dry cleaners, restaurants, and other retail. And we place equity at the center of this investment by designating a portion of those funds for small businesses owned by DC residents who are women and people of color. And third, safety. We need our downtown to be safe for all residents, workers, and visitors, which is why I'm proud that we've invested over $1.2 million in the Safe Commercial Corridors program to provide trusted community organizations with the resources that they need to invest in increased street lighting, public safety patrols, violence interruption efforts, and other proven public safety initiatives. The ability to easily get downtown into other neighborhoods across the city is a critical part of our recovery, which is why I'm so excited the council was able to fund 24/7 service on some of our busiest bus routes, which move people in and out of our downtown. This is an especially important equity issue for residents who work early mornings or late nights, including in the hospitality, restaurant, and medical industries. I'm also thrilled the council was able to restore all of the circulator routes the mayor proposed cutting, including the DuPont, Georgetown, Roslyn, and Woodley Park, McPherson Square routes. I appreciate that the fee for rideshare is not only going to be charged against those who are coming to or going to downtown. I am disappointed that the K Street Transitway construction has been delayed by a year. I continue to believe that now is the time to invest in our downtown and ensure that residents, workers, and visitors can get to where they need to go safely and efficiently. The Transitway is an important part of the entire bus network and future plans for WMATA. But I am optimistic that the dialogues we've had over the last several weeks have only reinvigorated our efforts to ensure that this project is truly transformational. And I appreciate you, Chairman, maintaining $8 million to support this project, which will start with a new redesign, furthering our goals of reimagining downtown for the future of the district with a beautiful green and multimodal avenue. I look forward to continuing that work with you, Councilmember Allen, DDOT, and other stakeholders and our colleagues to ensure that that's ready to move forward. And I see you there. Just finally, I'm very proud that this budget will make substantial investments to support housing stability for our residents, including $8 million for PSH vouchers to ensure we continue our efforts to provide housing to all who need it, $43 million in ERAP to ensure families who have fallen
Councilmember.
behind on rent can stay in their homes, and access to justice. There are many additional investments that we're very excited about, continue to work with you. I want to thank you and your staff and that of the budget office for all of your hard work, as well as my team in the personal office and the committee office. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I hate interrupting folks. We have 3 minutes each. If somebody asks for some additional time, I'm going to grant it unless there's objection, but can we still be mindful of the clock, please, members? Next is Councilmember Fruman.
And the pressure's on. Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. When the CFO's budget estimate, revenue estimate came out, we all knew we were going to face a real challenge. And when the mayor's budget came out, that challenge only got harder, given all of the damage done to the social safety net in that budget. I think many of us at our working session talked about different priorities. I think there was a clear consensus that strengthening ERAP, providing for some vouchers, access to justice, all very high priorities for many of us on the council. Chairman Mendelson, very grateful to you that you heard that, and that in the budget that you've come forward with, you've addressed those issues in a meaningful way. And there's still a lot to do in all of these areas, but you did make meaningful moves, and I'm grateful for that. The whole discussion about the K Street Transitway, fare-free buses, the circulator, I want to get to a place where we have a great K Street Transitway that will support downtown, and where we have fare-free buses. I think the right time to do that and move in that direction is next year, when we're rethinking our whole bus network. And I hope that we can all rally around those goals in the coming year. In the meantime, I'm very grateful again that you have reinstated the circulator for a year. That's going to be very important to a number of different communities. One of the big things in this budget is downtown. I take to heart the concern about where downtown's going to go, and believe we need to make very meaningful investments to save downtown for the long-term future of the city. I'm grateful for the things that have been included in this budget that will help us to achieve that. I see I have a minute, and so I'll check through more quickly. Again, a different area that is a shared area of focus for you and I is UDC, and I'm very grateful to see the investments that you made in UDC that are directly responsive to the requests from that from the leadership of that institution. This budget does big things for seniors, for the main streets. I was heartened to see the inclusion of money for Friendship Place for job training, for Wider Circle, for the delivery of furniture, et cetera. I also want to take my last 20 seconds to say how grateful I am for your leadership on schools issues. I think the steps that you've taken that will lead to more stability in school budgets are super important and very much welcomed all around the city. I do wonder whether there are ways that we can find a path to ensure that Central, DCPS Central is not harmed, and that we can all rally around a path forward here that brings us and the executive together on education issues in the next couple of weeks. And I also continue to have reservations about the increase in charter pay. I think the number that you've chosen is correct. I am going to want to focus on the guardrails around that to make sure that the way in which that is done is fair to everyone. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and your staff for your work on this budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and the chairman and all my council colleagues for the hard work that's gone into this budget. As we all know, the district's fiscal year 24 proposed budget reflects millions in lost American Rescue Plan federal funding. As a result, many of our district agencies are returning to pre-pandemic spending levels that we had before the influx of the funds. We're also facing very serious threats to our ability to generate local revenue as well. My focus is on making sure that our most impactful programming, especially that which benefits our most vulnerable populations, remains as close to intact as possible, while understanding that those systems generating revenue must also be attended to and maintained as much as possible. Through the agencies in my committee, we are supporting investments in jobs programs such as Project Empowerment and the Summer Youth Employment Program, investments that exceed their pre-pandemic budgets. With this funding, our residents will be prepared to fill high-paying and skilled jobs in the district and the region. We're also investing in the Department on Aging and Community Living with enhancements that will provide iPads for seniors facing isolation, maintain support for individuals with Alzheimer's and dementia. This funding will protect our seniors by ensuring that they have access to services and supports necessary for living well and aging in place. Additionally, my committee was able to fund some of the most impactful legislation this council passed this last year, including the Local Resident Voting Act, the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Act, the Condo Warranty Claims Clarification Act, and the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Act. We also supported the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants by providing funding for domestic violence victims services. At this time, I will not repeat the public safety repairs made in this budget that my colleagues have already reminded us of. They are significant and I support them. Now we know that financial outlook for our city is a little hazy. In addition to high cost of living that DC faces daily, the OCFO has already projected that our revenues will decrease over the next several years, and things will become maybe worse if we don't make the right decisions in today's budget. Mr. Chairman, may I have 1 minute more?
Without objection.
Thank you. I think that this local budget act is devoted to balancing many of our interests, and I'm glad that it proposes $10.5 million to victim and domestic services in the FY24 budget for a total of 27.4 million. 35 million towards one-time emergency rental assistance funding, making our total investment the 43 million. Reinstates 26 new inspectors at the Department of Buildings and restores the circulator board bus routes for another year. We're also investing in the vibrancy of our city by funding the Safe Commercial Corridors Grant and 3 million in the retail grants for downtown restaurants. And we're also proposing to reinstate the festival fund to support events that promote neighborhood vibrancy. And there are also development projects that have received funding. One in particular is the capital funding for the vacant Fletcher Johnson site in Ward 7, Marshall Heights, and Benco neighbors have been waiting for this development for decades, and this gets it closer to being a reality. I'm also grateful that this council found additional investments for the public schools, such as increasing the unified per student funding formula to support at-risk students. During our recovery from the pandemic, it is critically important that we give our youth the education, mentorship, and support that they need to succeed. Applause again to Washington Teachers Union for the final release of the new contract that included much needed and anticipated pay increases and equity for our teachers. Moreover, I look forward to charter schools finally providing some financials for review prior to their receipt of pay equity funds. That's also included in today's budget. But despite these investments, we still have some outstanding budget priorities. I realize my time is way over and I will not go through them. We all know who they and what they are, but I think it is my belief that the time is now to invest in our workforce development programs like summer youth employment, the DC Infrastructure Academy and Project Empowerment, and the apprenticeships administered by the Office of Apprenticeship Information and Training. They are very critical tools in our effort to uplift our entire community, give more households hope, skill sets, and opportunity to earn a living with good wages and healthy, safe work environments. So let's continue to invest in our workforce and prepare them for the careers of the future. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, to you and your staff. And I want to thank my staff as well and the staffs of all of my colleagues as we toil endlessly to reach this conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So you, if members, again, I want to remind members to try to stay within the time. I just wanted to make this clear because there was a comment about this. Our revenues are not dropping. It's that they're not increasing as had been previously projected. And that's an important point. So we talk about how our revenues have dropped. What we really mean is we have less revenues than we thought we would have. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, your staff, and the Council Budget Office for your work on this year's budget. Every year, council staff work long hours to make sure the district has a balanced and transparent budget that works for DC residents. This year, the council received a budget that was unlike any we've seen in recent years. We're still recovering from the pandemic. Federal COVID resources are coming to an end, and our future revenues are not growing at the same pace they have over the last decade. The proposal the council started with was not the blueprint that would set the district up or its residents for a comeback. So many social safety net programs built to keep people from falling were cut partially or completely. This was most apparent in the housing and human services spaces. My biggest concern here is that if we aren't attending to basic needs like housing and education, our city has no chance of rebounding because there will be too many people struggling and the gap between the haves and have-nots will just keep growing. In this context, my goal for the fiscal year 24 budget was to prevent the immediate harms of residents falling into homelessness or being displaced, and to invest in the future of our city in ways that interrupt cycles of violence and poverty. With a $240 million shift in housing programs, approximately $75 million a year dedicated in funds for public housing maintenance and rehabilitation starting in 2028, millions of dollars more going to schools, and the creation of a free master's in social work and master's in counseling program at the University of the District of Columbia. I believe we have developed a budget that is good for the city today, while also investing in making sure a stronger future is ahead of us. I'm proud of the work that we've done together. Specifically, the Housing Committee made a lot of progress by restructuring the mayor's budget to focus on key investments necessary to prevent and respond to homelessness and to ensure our residents don't fall through the cracks. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working closely with me over the last couple of weeks to identify significant additional funding to address the most critical remaining gaps in the housing and human services budgets. As a result, this budget goes even further to address our shared priorities. This budget raises the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP, back up to $43 million for fiscal year 24, with a big thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, and council members Nadeau, Allen, Lewis, George, and Henderson. We've also worked to add an additional $33 million to ERAP in the current fiscal year. Thank you. This funding is going to help thousands of district residents stay in their homes and off the street. To ensure residents have legal assistance, my committee restored funding for the Office of the Tenant Advocate, expanding both their staff and their ability to go after slumlords. Your proposed budget builds on that investment by restoring $31.6 million to the Access to Justice Initiative. Those legal resources collectively will make a huge difference for tenants facing evictions or poor housing conditions. For residents experiencing homelessness, the budget before us builds on the vouchers our committee funded for returning citizens with an additional 230 more permanent supportive housing vouchers, helping to ensure that DHS has enough vouchers to move people off the street and into housing through fiscal year 2024. Because the need for vouchers remains greater than the capacity of our agencies to use them, we also focused in this budget on fixing the system and accelerating the use of housing vouchers. Part of that effort was funding our new free drug degree program at UDC for district residents to become social workers, a key need to get people into housing more quickly. This is a long-term investment in the future of our housing programs that support mental health and prevent violence, and it's an investment in residents who want to be part of helping their community. In this budget, Mr. Chairman, you've also funded an additional 16 staff at DHS, targeted specifically to accelerate the flow of housing vouchers and ensure we are maximizing Medicaid reimbursements at the same time. On public housing, the proposed budget includes legislation my committee drafted to maximize transparency and accountability at DCHA as we continue our reform effort in partnership with the Reform Board and the Inspector General. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for agreeing to back those reforms up with a long-term commitment to dedicate tax revenue of nearly $75 million a year, starting in 2028, to address the maintenance and construction backlogs in public housing. This dedicated revenue sends a clear signal that the council is committed to the long-term welfare of DCHA and our public housing residents. And of course, you found smaller ways to enhance the housing budget by helping fund additional study of the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act and funding for furniture for residents exiting homelessness. In addition to the funding my committee identified to maintain workforce programs for our LGBTQ residents, to restore funding for people with disabilities, to strengthen condos, and to support victims of domestic violence, we have together put forward a compassionate and supportive vision for residents in poverty, even in this austere budget season. Additionally, this budget invests in residents and the district's future prosperity by making significant changes to our education system and heavily investing in students, teachers, and schools. In addition to the work you did to fully fund school budgets, you also made new investments that support our teachers. The district can be proud of increases to compensation made possible through WTU's bargaining agreement with DCPS, but beyond compensation, we know that teachers who want to stay in the classroom can only stay if we give them more supports. So thank you for working with me to include pieces of my Educator Retention for Student Success Amendment Act and for funding flexible scheduling for our teachers. These programs combined will strengthen our schools, strengthen our housing and our safety net programs, and sets the city up for a comeback that residents can be a part of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you, your team, my colleagues and their staff, and the brilliant team in the Council Budget Office for your diligent work on the budget before us today. In March, we were confronted with the proposed budget that decimated funding for emergency rental assistance, housing vouchers to end homelessness, legal aid, support for survivors of domestic violence, violence prevention programs, traffic safety, public transit, and so many other programs that DC residents rely on. Every week, my office fields dozens of calls from people facing evictions, struggling to put food on the table, looking for housing they can afford, calling for safer streets in our communities to be safe, fully funding schools in well-maintained school buildings and government services that work well and that uphold the dignity of each person in our city. So many of these priorities were put at risk by the severe budget cuts that were proposed. I am relieved that even in a tough budget year, we work together with community to reverse many of the harmful cuts and make new investments that will prevent displacement, help struggling families, improve safety, support crime victims, help our students excel, and strengthen our infrastructure. I'm proud of the investments my committee, the Committee on Facilities and Family Services, was able to fund at the committee stage last month, including a $7 million increase to DGS's facilities operations budget to support maintenance of our schools, parks, and other municipal spaces. Within this figure, we're improving our preventative maintenance budget, dedicating funds towards work order reduction efforts citywide, and investing in securing our school buildings. We also funded subtitles to integrate more of DGS's services into the 311 platform, required DGS to complete a security check at all of our DCPS buildings. Thank you to my colleague, Robert White. And we fully funded the Greener Government Buildings Amendment, which we passed last year and will now require the district to build to net zero standards moving forward. I'm also proud of my committee's role in strengthening CFSA's prevention programs to increase funding for home visiting, new resources for kin care connections, and restoring safe shores. I'm also excited that the Attorney General will have greater capacity to support CFSA and preliminary family assessments, and that grandparents serving as guardians can get more financial support as they care for our children. These programs don't get a lot of headlines, but they make a huge impact. We know that what happens in the home is critical for ensuring kids can excel in school, find rewarding careers, and grow up to be engaged citizens who contribute to their community. Getting that right matters for our entire city. I am proud and grateful to the chairman for leaving our budget and subtitle recommendations intact for this budget circulation. Our budget rightfully mobilizes our government to address people's immediate needs, to pay rent, feed their families, and walk our streets safely. But we also know that lasting change requires making transformative investments also in our neighborhoods. Chairman, can I have an additional minute, please?
Without objection.
Growing up on Kennedy Street, I saw my community pass up for resources that so many other neighborhoods have. Now, all these years later, this systemic disinvestment is reflected in the struggles that Kennedy Street faces, from gun violence to empty storefronts and blighted buildings. With the liquor store on every block, it is easier to buy a beer than it is to get a book on Kennedy Street, where families need to walk more than a mile to reach a public library. This budget is monumental because it lays the foundation for a long-awaited change on Kennedy Street by setting aside funding to acquire land and build a new public library. This library, which can be paired with other public resources, can provide services and programs that addresses our community's full needs. It will be transformative for many young children, low-income families, single-parent households, immigrants, and senior citizens who live in the Brightwood Park and Manor Park community. And at the same time, we are keeping Juanita E. Thornton Shepherd Park Library open and honoring its important history so it can continue serving 6 surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you to Councilmember Trayon White, Chairman Mendelson, and all of my colleagues for listening to our communities and supporting this vision for Kennedy Street. My committee was also proud to fund part of the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights Act. I want to be clear that DC cannot thrive if its workers do not thrive, especially domestic workers who have faced exploitation and have been denied basic rights for decades in our city. That begins to change with a budget that recognizes that domestic workers are a priority. When we talked to the mayor about this in a prior hearing, she said the budget is now with the council, figure it out. And I'm proud that me and my colleagues figured it out. So thank you to Councilman Robert White, Nadell, and Bonds for working together to get this done for our workers. Determined to do our part to confront DC's housing pricing, my committee was able to restore more than $6 million in funding for homeless prevention programs. And together with Councilmember Allen, we took a huge step towards improving traffic safety around our schools by restoring funding for the Safe Routes to School Act after it was swept by the mayor. Thank you for your leadership, Councilmember Allen. Mr. Chairman, I want to especially thank you, though, for refocusing our budget on the most pressing human needs in our city. ERAP is an emergency rental system is not a moral hazard, is a moral necessity. And by reversing the cuts to this program, we will prevent displacement and homelessness for many working class Black and brown DC residents. In a year where DC is facing a 12% increase in homelessness, the new housing vouchers will be incredibly important in ensuring our neighbors are housed. Whether you're facing eviction or your business being taken away, fully funded legal aid is vital for supporting DC residents during one of the worst periods of their lives, and increased funding for our organizations on the front lines of serving survivors of domestic violence is a necessity when the stakes are so high for life-saving interventions. I'm also proud that this budget puts schools first and prevents the harmful budget cuts that so many schools in Ward 4 and across DC were facing. Housing code violations and illegal construction is a huge issue in our community, so I'm relieved that this budget restores funding for inspectors of the Department of Buildings. We keep talking about the needing a budget that will drive DC's comeback, but DC comeback needs to be about more than office buildings downtown. It needs to be felt inside people's living rooms, in our neighborhoods, and in schools across our city, from uptown to southeast and every community in between. I know our work is not done, and we will keep at it until the final vote is cast to make this budget stronger and meet more of our city's needs. I have been working with my colleagues around making sure we have the opportunity to fully fund SNAP. But I am proud of the progress we made today, and I thank you, Chairman, colleagues, and staff and community members who helped get us this far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This weekend, I was realizing that this is actually my 20th budget. 3 years as an advocate, sitting on that side. 8 years as council staff, sitting back there. And 9 years now, sitting at this seat. And I think out of all of those budgets, out of 20 budgets, this one has actually been, from the proposed budget to what we have in front of us, the largest difference between competing visions in our city. And I'm very proud of the budget that we have in front of us now and the way that we've addressed this. And I appreciate the hard work, Mr. Chairman, you and your staff have put into that. At the beginning of this process, I talked about going into a tough budget, having gone through them before. The discipline is saying no to a good idea, and leadership is saying yes to the right ones. And I think that the budget that we have in front of us says yes to a lot of the right ideas. The budget that was sent to us, facing an increase in homelessness in our city, sought to decimate emergency rental assistance programs and legal aid supports to keep people in their homes. At a time when we're trying to get people back to work and get people downtown, the budget that came to us eliminated bus routes and circulator routes downtown, literally getting people to work. At a time when we're seeing road safety challenges be greater than ever, we saw a budget that swept and took the funding that this council had tried to dedicate towards improving safety on our streets. In the face of rising climate crisis, budget didn't include anything to focus our efforts around our climate change, our climate action and resiliency. When it came to racial and economic justice, and the importance and necessity there, this budget struck an investment this council made in baby bonds. Time and time again, this budget had very stark differences. What has this council done and what do we have in front of us? We have been able to restore the funding for emergency rental assistance and for access to legal aid to keep people in their homes. When it comes to getting people around our city, we have been able to restore all of our circulator routes, and on top of that, add now 13 24-hour-a-day routes serving our city and our workers. When it comes to road safety, we have been able to restore some of this. We have made monumental investments, as Councilor Lewis George just mentioned, in our safe streets for students, as well as numerous projects specifically in wards in every ward of our city. And when it comes to climate action, this legislation, this budget in front of us makes historic investments in job training and job creation, in our green bank that helps finance hard to reach projects, in creating and supporting our affordable housing retrofit accelerator, in helping fund residential conversions, in creating in Ward 7 a $2 million pilot program for residents in River Terrace and Deanwood to be able to move to electrification. This is a budget I think we can be incredibly proud of. Now, I know that time is running out, so I wanted to, the phone over there talking. But I do want to talk briefly about K Street. I appreciate that the funding that we've identified, that Mr. Mendelson, the budget we have in front of us supports where when we had to pivot, and I'm frustrated as I think we all are, with the WMATA board stepping back from the commitments that we were making, that as we had to make that change, the recommendations I made about investing in transit is one that you've included here. Investing in ERAP and ATJ, or Access to Justice, are included in here. The bus routes I mentioned are included in here. I think that's an investment that we can all be very proud of. I am committed to making sure that we see a K Street transitway for the downtown of our future. But it's crucially important that we think about this as what is the K Street that we need for the future, not the past. What is the K Street we need for 2050, not 1950? And a freeway running downtown is not the vision of what our downtown is going to look like. Imagine every neighborhood in our city that is thriving. Close your eyes and imagine the ways in which people are moving about that neighborhood. Imagine the way that people are connecting to their jobs, to their schools, raising families, meeting friends for dinner, going to the park. Imagine what that downtown can and should be. That's the neighborhood that downtown has to be, and that's the vision that we have to be able to deliver on. The K Street that came to the council, even with a whole bunch of 11th hour changes, was for a stale vision of what it is that we have to build. I'm committed to working with my colleagues, with the mayor, with DDOT, with my colleague, Councilor Pinto, with the chairman, on helping reimagine what our K Streets got to be to serve our city's future, not our past. I appreciate that we've got substantial funds to continue the planning and design work, and I look forward to working to make sure that we get K Street delivered in the way in which it's got to be for the future of our downtown. So, Mr. Chairman, I again want to applaud you and your team for the budget office for all the hard work that's gone into this. And I think this is a budget that we can all be incredibly proud of, that represents our vision of where DC has got to go for our residents, for our businesses, and for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just want to remind everybody, supposedly we're on a 3-minute clock. I would like to treat everybody equally, so you've been a little laxer, but try to be mindful of the time. Councilmember Parker, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as has been mentioned, I want to thank your team for all the work that went into putting together this draft budget, as well as Jim Budoff and Ann Phelps from the budget office and their teams for their working miracles to get us to this point. I want to celebrate some of the investments that were made following the mayor's proposed budget, as has been mentioned, the 18.6 million to Access to Justice initiative, the nearly 10 million in housing vouchers, and roughly 11 million to victim and domestic violence services, all of which will support residents in need. I also want to tout the replacement of the festival fund. So thank you, Chairman, and your team for that. And maintaining critical investments in Ward 5 and throughout the city, like the $1 million investment on South Dakota Avenue. That said, I have asked a question, and I'll reiterate the question: who is the district's comeback for? It is not by happen chance that we see concentrated poverty in parts of the city, generation after generation. And it is not by happenstance that we see concentrated wealth in pockets of the city, generation after generation. It is not by happenstance that my Ward 8 colleague has critical concerns about the budget, as does my Ward 7 colleague, as do I. And I would also mention my Ward 4 colleague, as those are the wards that are typically at the top of every bad list, and at the bottom, unfortunately, of every good list. And while we certainly make critical investments and move the needle, I reject the premise that we don't have enough money in a city with a nearly $20 billion budget. I reject the premise that we must accept as norm that certain communities have to do without, while we have nice to haves and amenities in others. So with that said, Chairman, I've already been in conversation with you and your team. I do plan to move several amendments today with recognition that while we have made critical investments, we can do a lot better in the name of equity and in the name of a more just DC. One of those amendments will push to extend the deed and recordation fee. And I note that I'm calling it a fee. This was first moved by the mayor and approved by 8 members of this current council in 2019. And by moving this fee, it would allow us to fund SNAP increases or the Give a SNAP Raise Amendment Act that was unanimously passed by this council. It would also allow us to fund the No Senior Hungry Omnibus Act, which was unanimously passed by this council, but more importantly, will mean a material difference in the lives of district and Washingtonians across this city. We would be able to expand the Summer Youth Employment Program. We would be able to provide a district child tax credit for parents that are, and Chairman, I'm out of time, but can I have another minute?
Without objection.
We would be able to provide a child tax credit for families with up to 3 children. We would be able to fund the Early Childhood Educators Pay Equity Fund and so much more. We would be able to add more to ERAP. We would be able to expand housing vouchers to the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs. And I would note there is still a waiting list at the LGBTQ Affairs Office of more than 30 individuals that are waiting for housing. Again, we should be proud of what we have done, but there is more that we can do. And I call on my colleagues to stand with colleagues in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8 who are calling and advocating for our constituencies. I also have expressed concern about the proposed cuts to DCPS central office. I agree with the premise of schools first budgeting. I have concerns that a blunt approach to cutting central office will impact kids. I have talked to and am committed to working with Chairman Mendelson and his staff between now and the second vote to try to reach consensus between DCPS and the council. And I take the chairman in good faith and know and trust that you have the best of intentions here. And I just want to make sure, Chairman, that our colleagues are just fully grasping the impact of the proposed cuts. And the last thing I would say, I'm planning to prepare a motion, an amendment for the School Safety Enhancement Act. That was legislation I proposed earlier this year. I am pulling out the task force component of that. We've also been in talks about that, Chairman. And the goal here is to address the serious need around school safety. We have all heard from school leaders. We have heard from parents. This task force will work and be championed by the Deputy Mayor of Education. The chairman will be able to appoint members, and they would work over the next year to reflect, think through what might school safety directors do? How would we enhance school safety protocols? And they will issue a report in March of next year. And so in closing, I want to thank again, Chairman, your team, the Council Budget Office, and our colleagues for all of their great work getting us to this point. But there is much more that we can do to make sure that we have a just budget for a more just DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 minutes to talk about a $19 billion budget. Whew, I don't exactly know where to begin. But given my short time, I will focus my comments today on investments within the Health Committee's purview. First, I want to thank the Committee of the Whole for maintaining critical investments proposed by the Committee on Health in our budget report, including $2 million to restore the Children's School Services grant to address high vacancy rates for school nurses, $1.3 million to provide scholarships and supports to healthcare workers by funding the high health need healthcare scholarship and health professional loan repayment program amendment Act of 2022 that was introduced by Councilmember Gray. Almost $1 million to expand access to infertility treatment and diagnosis by funding the expanding access to fertility treatment bill. We add additional FTEs at DC Health to streamline the health professional licensing application process and to fund the DC Health portion of the street vendor bill. We added an additional $600,000 to pilot targeted outreach and support for individuals in need of substance abuse and behavioral health services at 3 locations in wards 1, 5, and 7, which have been the hardest hit in terms of opioid overdoses in the district, and as well as $325,000 to fund a new health, school-based behavioral health student peer educator program, which will support at least 100 peer educators in high schools, with schools specifically preferenced in wards 5, 7, and 8. Second, I want to thank the chairman for several additional critical investments in the health space. $2 million to provide a carve out for the nonprofit pediatric acute care hospital from the mayor's BSA subtitle requiring a cap on MCO hospital reimbursement rates. With your help, Mr. Chairman, we fully restored the funding that was cut to the Healthy Schools Fund, which goes to help for healthy school meals and nutritional education programs. And also added 4 FTEs to establish an office of opioid abatement at the Department of Behavioral Health, which will be responsible for allocating the opioid litigation settlement funds that are owed to the district over the next few years. I do want to voice a couple of concerns. First, the Committee of the Whole's decision to sweep an additional $3.6 million from the mayor's proposed $24 million increase to the behavioral health rehabilitation local match at DBH. The committee strongly supports a rate increase for behavioral health providers. However, after many conversations with agencies and advocates, the committee recommended only a $3 million reduction because the executive could not articulate how they calculated the proposed increase. The mayor's errata letter confirmed the committee's concerns by requesting a $6.7 million reduction to the same line. The committee will closely monitor the release of the behavioral health rate study. Just one more minute, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
The committee will closely monitor the release of the behavioral health rate study and carve-in of behavioral health services to the MCO contracts. We are committed to ensuring that our providers have the adequate funding to deliver critical behavioral health services to the residents in the district. Finally, Chairman, I want to note a couple of things in terms of Ward 7. I don't believe that my Ward 7 colleague is here, but I want to make sure that the residents of Ward 7 are heard. This budget does make several moves and shifts in terms of the capital budget for Ward 7. It pushes back the streetcar extension. You zeroed out funding for the Winston development project that is also in Ward 7. And while there is a $42 million investment in the CIP for the Fletcher Johnson project, we've heard several concerns from community members that that award was done in 2020 and that it should be rebid. However, since then, the government has pitched in to do some demolition and site preparation, and the community has concerns that the project may not deliver on the mixed use and the amenities that they deeply want and desperately deserve. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping we can have some conversations about this site, as well as some other capital project concerns regarding Ward 7 between first and second reading. But I look forward to the rest of the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues. The budget cycle is always an extraordinarily busy time for the council, and each year brings its own set of unique challenges. This year, we were faced with our toughest budget season in well over a decade, at least as long as I've been a member of the Council of the District of Columbia. The reduction in federal pandemic assistance, coupled with an uncertain economic outlook for the commercial real estate market, meant fewer resources were available for worthwhile priorities for the council. And despite those challenges, this council managed to advance a budget that invests in district residents, small businesses, and our downtown recovery. Within my Committee on Business and Economic Development, working with my colleagues who are members, we restored the baby bonds program, and working with the chairman and the committee as a whole, we're able to do so at $54 million over the financial plan, providing a generation of families with the opportunity to fund their education or buy a home or start a small business. We allocated $6 million to the Commercial Acquisition Fund to expand opportunities for small business owners who rent to be able to acquire their commercial property and hopefully keep their businesses located within the District of Columbia's borders for generations to come. We invested $1 million to continue pilot efforts to provide unrestricted cash assistance directly to individuals or households experiencing economic hardship, a crucial step forward toward guaranteed basic income, which many economists say would eliminate poverty. We invested in our youth in innovative ways by allocating funding to the DC Combat Sports Commission and the DC State Athletic Association to support middle school sports clinics, coach mentorship, and conflict resolution. And we laid the groundwork to continue downtown's recovery by revisiting the incentives for office to residential redevelopment to align with the district's current economic outlook. At the council's budget work session and in a follow-up letter to the chairman, I asked for the council to identify funding to support several additional priorities, which the committee of the whole has now funded, thankfully. They include support for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, Access to Justice Initiative, survivors of domestic violence, retail recovery grants, and the NOMA Metro Pedestrian Tunnel, as well as the Festival Fund and all the great events, including the Capitol Pride Parade, that access grant funds to support their events. I want to once again thank all the folks who helped to make this happen, including Kay Westcott and the members of the General Counsel's office. Additional minute, Mr.
Without
Chairman.
objection.
The Office of the Secretary, under the leadership of Natasha Smith and her great team for all the support that they provided, both in person and over Zoom during this budget session. I also want to thank the Budget Office, June Budoff and her incredible team. And we, typically thank all these folks every budget session, and we mean it when we say it. This budget in particular, though, given the austere financial times that the district finds itself and was particularly helpful and beneficial to the residents of the District of Columbia. And so I mean it, a special thanks to all these folks, including Sam Hodges, Ann Phelps, and Joe Wolf. We really leaned on you all this budget cycle. I wanted to mention those names. I also want to thank my team for all their hard work this budget season and all that we're able to do, recognizing all that we were not able to do during these tough times. I do have, though, Mr. Chairman, a question that I wanted to ask about the subtitle that essentially modified the congestion tax whenever is appropriate time to do that. I can wait till the next meeting to do it.
I haven't been asked a single question yet, so I don't know if I can handle it, but otherwise, go ahead.
Oh, great. I wanted to ask about the subtitle in particular that levies the 25-cent tax on all trips originating in the district, and how exactly and whether or not this is still designed to address congestion in downtown.
I would say that it has much broader applicability and therefore avoids the concerns, I even say controversy that's had begun to arise with regard to whether it would impede the recovery of downtown. So it has a broader applicability.
If you don't mind sharing, did you all consider alternatives that could achieve the same goals without instituting a new fee?
As you phrased it, no.
Okay. I'm going to have some more questions about this, and I do worry that in implementing this type of fee, understanding how it's going to affect traditional taxi service or other for-hire vehicles not booked through a digital platform. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts now or at some point over the course of this meeting or the last meeting explaining that.
I wasn't paying close attention, but this does not have an effect on traditional cabs. And I'm happy, of course, to sit down and discuss it with you more fully between now and second reading.
The last thing I'll ask that we could discuss between now and second reading is to better understand the racial equity impacts of this measure. Passing this new tax in the BSA, we just really haven't had the opportunity to flesh out what those impacts are. And if you have that information, I'd love to get it. If you can get it from the companies or the individuals, the drivers, riders who would be impacted, I would love to have that as well.
Yes, I don't think we have any data on that. But we can talk more about it.
Thank you,
Thank
Chairman.
you. Thank you, Councilmember. I don't believe there's anybody else in the lineup. Oh, Councilmember Tran White. My apologies.
Thank you, Chairman. This afternoon, we are a step closer to how we spend $19.7 billion in the district. In my experience, we've had surpluses of over $300 million every year since I've been on the council. In fact, this $19.7 billion is the highest budget I've ever seen in DC history. So we know that this budget is a prioritizing document to show residents what our values and where our priorities lie. And I think that when we got the budget from the mayor, it was disheartening to me that the safety nets for working class, poor brown and black people were ripped out of our DC budget. I know that all of my colleagues have been tirelessly working to address some of those holes, and some of our priorities are different, but I think we all mean well. It is my hope that we land a plane where residents of the district feel like this is their DC. When I talk to people in various communities, from various backgrounds, education backgrounds, various ethnicities, people don't feel like this is a DC that's working for them, quite frankly. They don't feel like this is the largest budget we ever had in DC history. As noted in my previous comments, we are in a housing crisis, but we've seen 2,700 evictions happen in 3 months. So you multiply that times 4 and you do the math. That people in the district are afraid of where they're gonna get their next meal. If they can get a job, they can afford to live and grow here in the district, and the price of living keeps skyrocketing each and every year. And affordability for food has even gone up. This, again, is a moral document. And we have to ensure that we be inclusive and equitable in our budget decisions. I do want to highlight a few things that I feel that we are moving in the right direction. Some of my colleagues have echoed some of these sentiments. The violence in DC has been disheartening, alarming, and any other adjective to say that we are in a crime-ridden city. We like to say everything is good when everyday people feel like everything is going downhill. And the way we get to addressing the solution is to first address the problem. And there are many. And we can't solve all this in one day. And we have to do it together. I'm happy that we are addressing the drop in funding for our schools. As noted, 6% of Ward A schools, Chairman, can I have some more time?
Without objection.
Thank you. 6% of Ward A schools, when we got the budget from the mayor, were underfunded, which would be devastating for our school communities. I want to thank you, Chairman, and my other colleagues for restoring this funding. I do want to note that some great decisions and challenges have already been corrected to the mayor's proposal. I want to thank you, Chairman, other members, especially Robert White, for fighting for ERAP. I know we got 8 million, we restored it to 43 million, but I think we still have to dig a little deeper because we spent that money historically in 3 months. Housing insecurity is a huge issue in the city, and we know these programs that will address the need for some of the most vulnerable residents in the district. I want to note that the Ward A Investment Fund has been restored. I want to thank my council colleagues for that. I think that we have to empower our small businesses who hire from our communities and small operations that we hope to grow to large operations in our community. We still have more work to do. I want to note that we have restored 1.7 million. I think it's 1.2 or 1.7 million to the Capitol Riverfront to ensure we can have programming there. And I look to do more. I have some amendments today, Chairman, that I would like to offer to ensure that we can have a more equitable DC. There's a narrative that I've heard from my colleagues about why are we spending this amount of money in Ward 8? The reason we are is because historically Ward 8 has been neglected, forgotten about, and passed over year after year after year. And everyone who can't afford to live anywhere in DC anymore because the price of living has gone up so far are navigating east of the Anacostia River. So we are piling on the same problems, issues, and social dynamics on top of each other, east of the Anacostia River. And the safety nets are breaking. So I want to thank you, Chairman. I look forward to introducing my amendments and hope to get support of my colleagues as we fight for more equitable Washington, DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't believe there are any other members in the lineup. We have the bill before us. When I moved the bill, it included that correction that I noted that I've now misplaced. The vote will be on the print. Again, we'll leave for staff. We'll do a roll call and then I'll move the report. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just a question. We're voting on the budget, but not on the amendments yet.
There are no, we're voting on the print, which is the budget, the local budget act.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses.
The print is approved unanimously. I move the report would leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion on the report? I think we can do this by a voice vote. The vote is on the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Point of clarity, Chairman.
Just a moment.
Yes, it
Madam
is, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Somebody has to be recognized.
Yes, Chairman. Point of
Yes.
clarity. It's now the appropriate time to introduce my amendments.
These were the amendments to the capital budget.
Yes.
We'll have to move to reconsider the local budget act so that you could move the amendments. There's no objection. Since I think there probably was some misunderstanding, if there's no objection, we will reconsider the local budget act for the opportunity for Councilmember White to make amendments. Hearing no objection, Councilmember White. So the print is back before us. No, we're not going to have another round of speeches, but I believe that Councilmember White has circulated some amendments.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. These amendments are several, counting 5, but one will be pulled. So I'll start with the first one. The first one amendment provides renovation to Johnson Middle School football field. The field need lights so they can practice after dusk. As noted in previous conversations, there has been several violent incidents outside of Johnson Middle School, whose football team has won the state championship for the last 3 years, but have to continuously practice in the dark, trying to compete against other schools. And so this amendment is redirecting $1 million from DDOT budget from several trails. And please note that we are only taking money from the trails that are in Ward 8. I mean, the Anacostia River Trail and Susan Parkway Trail and Oxford Run Trail. Amendment 2, this amendment will provide an allocation from the District of Columbia Public Schools to renovate Easton Senior High School. Easton Senior High School is home of what we know as the Turkey Bowl, the championship, while students play the state championship in football. This stadium has been in deplorable condition for years. When we go to the game, it's disgraceful that we are using this as the hallmark stadium to display our students' talent. Well, you can't hear the microphone, the scoreboard is old, it's just unacceptable. We are redirecting $5 million from DDOT, from Department of Transportation's budget from these trailways, all of which in Ward 8, Anacostia Trailway, Susan Parkway Trail, Oxen Run Trail. Amendment 3 will require Department of Parks and Recs to allocate funds to the Fort Gravel Recreation Center. Oh, this number 3, I'm pulling, Chairman. I spoke to Council Member Brianna Nadeau, and we just got the clarification from DDOT through the budget office about the line items for this budget. And so we are trying to introduce this at the next markup because it's unclear on this line item. So the next one is the amendment will require Department of Parks and Recs to renovate Marvin Gaye Recreation Center in Ward 7. The renovations will modernize the playground and surrounding space for the center, providing children with vital location for physical activities in far northeast area of Ward 7. This amendment is provided by Department of Transportation budget trails, Anacostia River Trail, Susan Parkway Trail, Oxen Run Trail. And we have not gotten the budget documents for the Bard High School Recreation Center, so I would take that one out as well.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Excuse me, Chair.
I'm going to ask for some clarification here. I think what I'm going to do, Councilmember White, is suggest that you not move these today, that you do some additional work on them and come back at second reading. So let me say a little bit more. As I understand it, the Johnson Middle School would pull from a Trails Master Project. The Eastern High School would pull from the same Trails Master Project, and the Marvin Gaye would pull from the same Master Trails project, which means there would be a total of 9 million taken from that project. I do not know, and I have reason to believe that none of us know, what the impact would be on that Trails Master Project, and it would be helpful for all of us to know that. In addition, I heard you say, Councilmember White, that you intended to come specifically from some Ward 8 trails, and I don't know that that's clear from this amendment. So that would need to be clarified in the documentation. In addition, I have reason to believe that these projects have not been costed with, I believe it would be DGS, because I've received some preliminary information, at least one of the projects would cost more than what you're proposing to budget. And there's also some lack of clarity with regard to what specifically is intended. So there needs to be that further detail, and I would recommend that you work on that between now and second reading, so that then when you come back, that it's clear exactly what is the scope is of the intended work, And it's also clear what the impact is or what exactly is being taken out of this Master Trails project. When you and I spoke the other day, I believe that you were asking for about $200 million worth of changes. These three add up to 9 million, which I think is doable, meaning that I think that working on clarifying the use and the source, being clearer on the scope, that the 9 million is doable, but there needs to be more, there just needs to be more information, more clarity around this. And I don't want to speak for other members, but I suspect that it would be helpful to them as well.
So thank you for that, Chairman. I will pull this for second reading, but I did have a question. You said DGS told you that one of the projects were paused more. Which project is that,
It
Chairman?
was Johnson. And there was also a question whether it was the full field or half a field. I think there's going to be some feedback on Eastern High School. It's clear to me in talking to another member who's a fan of the Turkey Bowl that Eastern is in need of renovations, the field. So there's definitely value to what you're seeking to do here. But again, the scope and the costs need to be clarified.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Parker.
I would just offer two things. One, I would affirm that when the mayor released her budget, I heard Councilmember White flag capital investments in Ward 8 as a priority. And I'm hearing him offer that up today. And so I am listening, and I'm hoping that as a body, we can show up for Ward 8. I would also offer that in the amendment that I am looking forward to advancing, there is a way that we can include these Ward 8 investments up to $10 million, should anyone be inclined to support it. And I'm happy to talk about it, but we can embed those $10 million, up to $10 million of investments by extending the deed and recordation fee. Thank you.
I'm picking up a theme from you today, Mr. Parker. And I think
Thank
we all like the grade 8. Is there further on this? So Councilmember White. So Councilmember
Nothing further,
White,
Chairman.
what's that?
Nothing further, Chairman.
Okay, and Councilmember McDuffie.
Just briefly, I had the opportunity to meet and chat with Councilmember Trayon White. Obviously, want to be supportive of your efforts to address these critical needs in Ward 8. And specifically, I know one of them I've raised with the chairman, and it came up during the budget work session around Eastern High School and the field and the state of the field during last year's Turkey Bowl championship. We obviously want to avoid having our youth and our visitors have to attend what is supposed to be a championship game that recognizes some of the top talent in DCPS sports, having them play on a field that, quite frankly, is worth more of an investment on the part of the city. I think it's a basic ask, frankly. It's a floor, not necessarily the ceiling on how we should support our scholar athletes. And the other projects that you mentioned that we talked about yesterday, I want to be supportive of as well. And so I look forward to working with you and the chairman and others to try to make that a reality between first and second vote.
We will work on its amendments 1, 2, and 4 for second reading. I believe that was the only issue with regard to the Local Budget Act. Since we already approved the Local Budget Act by a roll call vote, we will, and it's now before us as a reconsideration, we will dispense with this as a voice vote. All those in favor of the Local Budget Act, that's Bill 25-203. I'll say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. I had earlier said I did the officers clearances, so I'm not going to do that again. And I had stated without objection, this will be on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. So we will move now to the Budget Support Act. Give me just a minute.
Mr. Chairman,
Give me a second. Councilmember Lewis George, did you ask to be recognized? Somebody did. Councilmember Henderson, did you ask to be recognized?
yes. Mr. Chairman, can you move the LBA off of the off of the consent agenda, please?
All right, it's on non-consent.
Thank you.
I do not have remarks to present the Budget Support Act. I probably should. The Budget Support Act is a substantial and wide-ranging piece of legislation. It will have a significant impact on existing law. It includes 8 titles and 75 individual subtitles, which are briefly summarized in the committee report. Most of these subtitles, the goal is all, but I'll say most, directly relate to implementation of the Local Budget Act, which is why it's called the Budget Support Act. So this legislation is necessary in order for the Local Budget Act to be balanced and also to be carried out as intended. The Budget Support Act moves on a slightly different schedule today. We have the committee markup first reading at the legislative meeting. The second reading will be in June, ideally in early June. A little bit more time will be needed to make sure that the drafting is correct and reflects as well the Local Budget Act as adopted on final reading. The Budget Support Act, as with all the other budget measures, was introduced at the request of the mayor on March 22nd. The committees, as I noted before, held hearings on different aspects of the budget, and that would have included the opportunity for testimony on relevant portions of the Budget Support Act. The committee of the whole held a hearing on the Budget Support Act and other measures on April 14th. That was testimony with regard to the entirety of the Budget Support Act or whatever anybody wished to testify about. That hearing was on April 14th. I will not say that, as I usually say, that the committee heard no testimony or comments in opposition because there were critical comments to various aspects of the mayor's proposal. But the Budget Support Act reflects a lot of work done by the committee staffs as well as the committee of the whole staff and the budget office. And that's what I am presenting before us. As I've indicated to individual members, but I'll say here for the benefit of the public, there were subtitles the mayor proposed, and there were subtitles some of the committees proposed that were not necessary to the budget and therefore are not included in the committee print that I'm about to move. Where there is a measure that, let's say a bill that was introduced and it would be easy enough to just slip it into the Budget Support Act. Where I could, I excluded that because there really ought to be a public hearing on that measure as well as the full deliberation by the committee. If you look at the report on the Budget Support Act, as lengthy as it is, it really does not say a whole lot with regard to the individual subtitles, and a freestanding bill with an accompanying committee report does say much more about background and need as well as council intent. And that is a value to the legislative process. So those subtitles were excluded. With that, let me move Bill 25-202. the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act of 2023 with leave for staff to make technical conforming, well, for the print, technical and conforming changes. Is there discussion on the Budget Support Act?
Chairman,
Councilmember,
I would like to offer a number of amendments. Is now the best time to do that? Or I would,
yes.
okay, so I'm gonna do these one at a time, and I'm going to move Parker Amendment 2, which is the establishment of the School Safety Enhancement Committee. All members should have received this. I have paper copies if you would rather look at it that way. But this amendment would establish the School Safety Enhancement Committee to assist the Deputy Mayor for Education in issuing a report on the roles, functions, and responsibilities that unarmed, non-law enforcement personnel could assume in local education agency schools. The committee would include relevant stakeholders, including representatives of key education agencies, parents, students, and the council. Establishing this committee would lay the groundwork for the establishment of a new school safety personnel as contemplated in the School Safety Enhancement Act of 23 that I introduced earlier this year. The committee would be responsible for issuing a report to the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the council via the chair by March 1st, 2024, and a deadline that would allow the committee's work to help inform the council's deliberations for the fiscal year 25 budget. In discussions with the chairman, I think it's fair to say that he enthusiastically accepts this amendment. As long as he's able to make some changes, namely to maybe the size of the commission and the date that the report would be due. So.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember. So when it comes to the budget and the 56 days that we've had so far, the word enthusiasm is not one that comes to mind. But I did indicate to you, I appreciate that you discussed this with me. That's always very useful. Not just with me, but with the relevant committee chair. And I did indicate that I will work with you between now and second reading to if I see some places where there could be some how do I put refinements, that I would work with you on that. I have no objection to this, but it's a function of whether the members are okay with this. I see a hand. Councilmember Louis George.
I want to thank Councilmember Parker and his team for their leadership on this, for moving this amendment today and being responsive to the very real safety concerns we have for our students in our schools. The reality is that a majority of our security concerns in schools do not raise to the level of MPD involvement. And we have to be serious about how we're going to actually work with our students and our families and our schools. And I think this is a step forward in that direction. And so I would ask for my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
A further discussion? Councilmember Pinto. Wait.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to confirm my support for this amendment and thank Councilmember Parker for continuing to think outside the box and move us forward in keeping our students safe. I think as we've had a continued discussion this year about school resource officers, one of the things that is very important is that we keep moving forward in a direction that builds up the backup and builds up the safety of our students and invests in their support in a holistic way. And I continue to believe it's too premature to remove SROs before that is done. And so I thank Councilmember Parker for pushing us to study the issue further and figure out other follow-up. So I just wanted to clarify that I do support this amendment in this task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to voting in support of this amendment, and I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Parker, for his thoughtful approach. We have, as a council, heard from a number of school professionals, teachers, and principals who have asked for more SROs. But I think at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is never police in schools. That's not an end goal. The end goal is safer schools, schools that have the information they need to protect their students, mentors for students. Councilmember Parker's amendment gives us a path to working with school professionals to understand what the needs are to keep our schools safe, to make sure teachers and principals feel safe and that students have the things that they need before removing the things, SROs, that I think don't make schools safer, but that make many of our school professionals feel safe. So I think this puts us on the path to better safety standards for our schools, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank Councilmember Parker for this. It's a wonderful idea. Time has come for us to involve the entire community in the safety measures that are needed within our schools. So I wanted to praise you for that. And hopefully, let's keep this task group on point so that there'll be no delays. Frequently, when these bodies are put in place, it takes a long time, can't get everyone to the table. So I think we want to stick with this deadline hard and fast, because we really do want to implement the provisions that they decide on as quickly as possible for the safety of our schools and the faculty and the students and our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there any further discussion on this, Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I too want to speak out in support of this amendment. I think there's a big debate about school resource officers and what role they may play, but regardless of your view about whether or not police should be in our schools, I don't think there's anyone out there who thinks that police in our schools is a complete answer. So looking for the other things that we can do that can either complement or someday replace SROs, I think is a very important initiative. And I commend Councilmember Parker for coming forward with this amendment, for coming forward with his legislation. I also commend you, Chairman Mendelson, and Chairman Pinto for your support for this. We can walk and chew gum, we can look at different solutions, and we should be doing that together with as broad of input as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Just briefly, I appreciate Councilmember Parker moving this amendment, and I plan to support it today. I do want to note, though, that we still have two bills pending in the committee of the whole, and I'd love to know, if you intend on holding hearings on those, because I think that this amendment will likely get the support it needs to pass today. I appreciate the work that you and your team did in the budget on this, but I think we still need to have a conversation that reconciles what the council did a few years ago with where we are today. And hopefully have a thoughtful conversation that includes nuance. I know nuance doesn't always fit into the 240 characters, is it, that you need for a tweet? But this is an extraordinarily important issue that tends to devolve into this binary choice about whether you support police in schools, period, or not, rather than a question about what school safety and community safety more broadly actually looks like. I think it's been left out of much of the debate that's happened in public, and that we could do more to define what principals and other school leaders are saying, students included, they need in the absence of SROs to address safety inside of schools. I don't think it's police in schools on a full-time basis, but I also don't think that's what SROs were ever designed or the program was ever intended to do. I think part of the conversation has to also include what safety looks like in our recreation centers and other public facilities where people congregate. And so I think those early introductions with youth and law enforcement can go a long way to more meaningful relationships and help build the sort of community trust that is needed for any law enforcement to be effective. And so I'm hoping that those hearings will occur, Mr. Chairman, at some point soon, despite what looks to be support for this amendment today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further on this? If there's no objection, we will treat this as being accepted without objection. And hearing no objection, it's accepted. Further on the Budget Support Act.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I was about to call for the vote. Snooze, you lose.
Yes, I do have another amendment, and that would be Amendment 3, Parker Amendment 3. And again, I have copies if people need them here. But it is extending the deed and recordation fee to raise revenue to fund critical programs. And I would say a few things, and I spoke to some of this earlier, but earlier today, Councilmember White at a press conference and Ward 8 ANC Jamila White shared on the step something that resonated. And it echoes what I said just moments ago, that we shouldn't see generations long trends of concentrated poverty in certain parts of our city. And as I mentioned, we should all be proud of the steps we've taken, but I believe we can build a more just budget. A few things I would highlight about where these funds would go, and then I want to just address some of the concerns that have been advanced. So the funds that would be raised through extending the deed and recordation fee, that again, I would offer that the mayor put forth in 2019, would allow us to fully fund Give SNAP a Raise, raising district residents SNAP benefits at a time when federal relief is being pulled back. It would allow us to fully fund No Senior Hungry, which would allow us to provide nutritious food to our seniors, among other resources. It would make critical short and long-term investments in district children through a DC tax credit, early childhood educators pay fund, expanding the summer youth employment program, and making sure that we restore and expand home visits for at-risk children. We would be able to support district residents and ensuring they avoid displacement by adding even more money to the ERAP program. I want to again commend the council for restoring the 43 million, but we know that that wasn't enough last fiscal year. And so by raising this revenue, we can add an additional 20 million to ERAP. At the same time, we can put nearly 60 million to the Housing Production Trust Fund and expand housing vouchers, more housing vouchers. We can restore funding for the excluded workers that Councilmember Nadeau mentioned earlier, and we can provide housing support for returning citizens. I do want to note that there are valid concerns about extending this fee and its impact on the revitalization of our downtown area, among other things. And I just want to highlight three things and address them. On one, the concern that extending this fee might hinder the work that we're doing downtown. My team has done the work to exempt commercial to residential conversion citywide from this proposal. So no conversion downtown or anywhere else in the city would be impacted by this proposal. Chairman, could I have a minute?
Yes, but I'm going to watch the clock.
Yes,
on this.
one more
If there's
minute.
no objection.
Thank you. All commercial to residential conversions would be exempt. There's also been a lot of talk about record inflation rates. It is worth noting that the Fed Reserve is suggesting that DC is expected to have about 3% interest rates in 25, and over time we should return to 2.5% or lower interest rates in the near future. And I would just highlight that this is not a new tax. We're not raising the tax. It is essentially extending the sunset of this fee in order to provide critical investments in district residents. I would end by just highlighting the concerns that have been shared by Councilmembers White, Councilmembers Gray, Councilmembers Lewis George, and myself. And I ask my colleagues to stand with us to
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
build a more just budget.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Chairman.
I will speak briefly in opposition and recognize other members. First, let's be clear, this is a tax. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. The deed tax has always been called a deed tax. The recordation tax has always been called a recordation tax. Also, looking at the text of what you circulated, does not exempt conversions, be that as it may. The premise here is that we need to do more. And I would say we can always do more and we can tax our way to doing that. That doesn't mean that that is prudent policy. There is a tax revision commission that is looking at all of our taxes. That's what ought to happen. We made a promise 4 years ago when we raised the tax on a temporary basis that it would sunset. We made a promise. We send a message to the community, whoever the community is, when we don't honor our promise. And that can have adverse consequences. But I would add, this will hurt our tax base. And one can say it won't, and they can say it won't until the cows come home, but it will hurt our tax base. And I'll just say this. What I have heard for several years from business community is that foreign investment meaning just investors from outside the district, from elsewhere in the United States or other countries, that investment is drying up. It has dried up dramatically. There is, I never knew this until many months ago, but this year, there is a index, the AFIRE International Investor Survey, that found that DC was one of the top 4 cities in America that, no, this is future, I mean present. DC is one of the top 4 cities in America that foreign investors plan to decrease their exposure. And DC no longer ranks in the top 10 of attractive cities for foreign investment, a first in years. If we don't get investors, we don't get redevelopment downtown. We don't get the conversions. We don't get anything in downtown except maybe foreclosures that the banks will hold, because on a downtown property that doesn't cost $2 million, it probably costs $100 million or $200 million. We're talking about a $2 million or $4 million tax. And that absolutely discourages investment. Are there others who wish to speak to this? Councilmember McDuffie, I think Councilmember Pinto asked to be recognized.
Chairman.
first. Who said chairman?
Nadeau.
Okay, Councilmember Pinto, McDuffie, Nadeau, there'll be more.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Councilmember Parker for highlighting the very important outstanding needs that we have in the city. And it strikes me as Mayor Bowser is today testifying on the Hill, that here in the district, we can have disagreements on the best path forward and do so respectfully. So I recommend that colleagues oppose this amendment today. And I want to explain why. Heightened deed and recordation taxes are the taxes that are paid when a building is sold or bought or refinanced. And they're scheduled to sunset on September 30th of this year. And if we delay this sunset, which a lot of these building sales are relying on, many of them are waiting until the September date to move forward, we risk preventing future sales and compromising these current plan sales. There are 322 office buildings downtown that alone make up for 7.5% of all of our local revenue. So when we're talking about the impact that this has, you know, it's one thing to talk about these specific deals, but I really want to make the point clearly that these deals going down are not about any particularized investor interest. They undermine all of our goals as a city if we have such reductions in our tax base. About 1/3 of our buildings downtown are currently underwater, meaning that the building is worth less than the building owner owes to the bank, which really should concern all of us, because if these building sales don't go through, what's going to happen practically is that many institutionalized banks will take over those loans and take ownership over the building. And because those banks are not used to managing properties, their first goal will be to clear out the properties, which means that we will have buildings sitting vacant downtown, which will be harmful to our goals about a vibrant downtown and public safety challenges downtown. But perhaps more importantly, over the long term, it means that we don't generate productive tax revenue from those buildings. So all of the things next year and the year after that, that we're all fighting to fund, very real human needs that we need to fund, we will have lost our ability in great part to do so if we move forward in this way. The hollowing out of our downtown core will lead to a precipitously declining tax base for the city and a tidal wave effect for program and service cuts in all of our neighborhoods. And I believe that it's tempting to make decisions today that serve these very real immediate needs, especially when those needs are so great. But I think we cannot ignore the long-term effects of these decisions. If we pursue these avenues of increasing revenue at the expense of downtown, we're charting a path that will result in even more significant cuts in our revenue in years to come. We have 30 more seconds.
Yes, but I'm going to pay attention to the clock.
Sure. And I believe that as our city's leaders, we have a real obligation here to think about the immediate needs and to think about the long-term challenges of our city and not make choices that we may regret in 1, 5, or 10 years. So I urge my colleagues not to support this tax increase today and remain open-minded to other avenues to fund a bunch of these very needed services. But I do not think that this is the path forward for this deed and recordation tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman. I am also going to oppose this particular amendment. And as Chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, I really want to convey that this is going to negatively impact the district's revenues, leave more commercial buildings in distress and empty, and in turn exacerbate the public safety risk we know come from vacant and unoccupied spaces in our downtown and other commercial corridors. To be clear, it's not 2019 anymore. We passed the deed and liquidation tax in a different environment before the pandemic, before the district's economic activity cratered and started its recovery, before work from home impacted our commercial office occupancy rates, before interest rates doubled and capital became scarce. All that has changed since 2019. Is relevant as we consider extending today the higher tax that is set to expire at the end of this fiscal year. In 2019, given the strong economic growth in the commercial real property sector that attracted broader investor interest from all over the world, the higher deed and recordation tax was a way to generate additional revenue from outside the district to support investment in more affordable housing. But in this current environment, where outside capital is scarce, extending and imposing the tax on a weak commercial market will come with much greater costs. And I think that should be clear to everybody. Applied to a declining commercial property market, it will cause unintended problems for properties in foreclosure, as well as those properties in default already. The higher deed and liquidation tax in the market today will also disproportionately impact our local business owners, including potentially those looking to tap into the commercial property acquisition fund. And most local investors decide when to re-enter the market as many building owners look to exit. Simply put, as the volume of transactions with outside buyers drops, so does the unique advantage of this particular tax. And I appreciate, I really do, that this amendment does acknowledge as valid the concern about undermining the revitalization of downtown, but exempting commercial to residential conversions from this tax won't work. And I'm not sure that the language as submitted actually does that. Even if it does, it would slow and lengthen the recovery of downtown. So while office of residential conversions are part of downtown's revitalization that we favor because it both reduces excess office space and creates needed housing in every project, only a small fraction of the buildings will be suitable for conversion. And that's hard lesson every municipality is actually learning. Another minute, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
For our downtown to become what I think we all want it to be, we will need many more properties to be repurposed into other uses. Some properties to be raised and rebuilt, and others to be transformed into open spaces. And this amendment impedes progress on all those necessary changes. As well, developers often cannot know for certain at the time of sale whether it is suitable for conversion, and without certainty, an exemption for conversions won't induce investment. In the past month, our committee has evaluated multiple office to residential conversion projects that have stalled. Some developers have decided the project won't work without demolishing the structure and starting over. Others are on the verge of walking away altogether. And this is a delicate area in which to legislate. It was tough for my team and I on the Business and Economic Development Committee, as I imagine it was tough for the Housing Committee to try and strike the appropriate balance on this. And I think we are at a good place with what we are, what we ended up with in this budget. And I want to thank the committee on the whole for that. But finally, extending the expiring tax is going to cause more damage than we fully appreciate. So
Thank you.
it's going to come at
Councilmember.
a cost of a slower economic recovery. And I would advise my colleagues
Thank you,
to
Councilmember.
oppose this as well. Thanks, Jeff.
Councilmember, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for moving this amendment. While I think that council has gone a long way to make things whole, many things that we're missing for the budget, we know there is more that we can do to protect our most vulnerable residents. We were faced with a more challenging budget this year than we've had in some time. As I said at the beginning of this process, scarcity reveals a lot of preferences for what we deem important. We've been told we all have to sacrifice in a lean year, but DC's comeback plan turns out to be carried on the backs of our neighborhoods and our neighbors. Rather than seeing social services as a budgetary drain, we should view them as investments in residents, enabling them to fully participate in our economy. There's a lot of sensitivity around anything that touches investment in commercial property. I understand that repositioning commercial real estate, especially downtown, can run on very small margins. We've barely scratched the surface of what we can do to encourage mixed-use growth within business districts, much of which does not need to be throwing money at the issue by any means necessary. As I've said a lot during this budget process, there's a clear need to revitalize parts of the district that have seen downturns post-pandemic. But we need to embrace this moment as an opportunity to articulate what kind of city and what kind of government we want to be. I don't believe that economic growth and caring for people are mutually exclusive. We've heard about austerity and fiscal cliffs, but we need to acknowledge that we're also facing an inequality cliff. I thank Councilmember Parker for his thoughtful approach in funding a number of priorities for our council. His amendment today is the only measure before the council that would attempt to fund the dollars swept by Mayor Bowser that are intended for excluded workers, the only measure. I plan to support this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Henderson, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to start by expressing my appreciation that this amendment attempts to fund one of my priorities, legislation my office drafted, which is give SNAP a raise. However, it does also put me in a bit of an awkward position today. Funding this bill continues to be a priority of mine. And while I was hopeful that the mayor would fund SNAP increase in this budget, when we saw the revenue estimates back in February, I knew that that would be a challenge. We tried throughout this budget process. We even got estimates to see if we could do a partial increase instead of the full 10% that was contemplated in the legislation. And while I am supportive of giving SNAP a raise, and I do hope we will get there, I do not believe that this revenue source is the one to do so for several reasons. First, as colleagues have mentioned, there is a real need to revitalize and support downtown. And when this tax was implemented, the agreement was to sunset it in September of this year. Going back on that now will have negative impact for the investment in the future, not just in downtown, but across the city. Yesterday, I spent some time looking at the real property tax database. And if you look up almost any commercial address downtown, you can see the staggering value declines since 2018, which we should be helping to reverse. We need a strong downtown to fund all of our priorities, whether it be capital investments in schools or roads, recreation centers and bridges, along with all of the other programs that we love and support, libraries, summer camps, senior centers. Without a strong downtown, we can't really do much of these without those revenue. Additionally, This does not just impact commercial properties downtown. We have commercial properties across the District of Columbia that are valued at 2 million or more. In DC, 2 million is a low threshold, and these business owners are often not that far from, they're not often part of the wealthy elite, but just trying to keep their businesses open in the face of rising inflation, shifting labor markets, and ongoing supply chain disruptions. These folks were also promised a sunset, and I believe that we should probably deliver. I think it's also important for us to allow the Tax Revision Commission that the council created to complete its mandate and provide its recommendations before we make any additional changes to our tax policy. And finally, in terms of why I'll be not supporting this amendment today, I do think we need to consider the fact that it is not a stable revenue source for an expansion of an entitlement such as SNAP. In fiscal year 2020, when the council originally passed this increase, the FIS was nearly $445 million. The FIS this year that we have received from the OCFO is for $74 million. That's 17% less than what it was in 2019. Real estate sales, especially commercial properties, is highly volatile. Last week, I was reading an article in the Washington Business Journal about 1776 K Street, which has just announced that it was going onto the market. A part of the article that stood out to me, quote, the Office of Tax, one more minute, Mr.
Without
Chairman.
objection.
Quote, the Office of Tax and Revenue shows a 2024 assessed value of 99 million for 1776 K Street, down from 141 million in 2021. While that may seem like a big pot of money, relying on it to fund critical priorities opens the door for challenges in the years coming. If the FIS proves to be overestimating revenue, or if eliminating this provision hinders future investments, we may be forced to make critical decisions in the years ahead about whether to keep funding these programs at this current level or to make more drastic cuts. Again, I appreciate this effort. I know that other colleagues plan to continue working on this, and I won't steal their thunder or shine on that. But I will not be supporting Mr. Parker's amendment today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. If there's no further discussion, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thanks to my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Parker. When we talked a few days ago, I was very enthusiastically behind the idea that we had found a way to lessen the pain throughout the community. And I say lessen the pain, it's a pain that is affecting many segments of our population. But at the same time, I have to remember that the business community is also a part of our ecosystem. And as such, when I think about, I've said many times that in the District of Columbia, we do not grow corn. We do not have any particular industry that we export. We are the source of our revenue, and we includes our business sector. And I know for a fact from the information that has been provided, the documents, that we have trouble in our business quarter. And so when I think about that, and I think about more ERAP needs and all of those things that we say are so vital to making sure that we keep the people of the District of Columbia in the District of Columbia, it's very disheartening. But I have to be practical. I think that the voters of this city said they want to be here to look at all of the data and not just part of the data, and not just vote with my heart. So I'm trying to vote today with my head, and my head says that this is a tough situation that we're faced with. And somehow we as a community have to start living within our means. And that means that we cannot tax our way out of this dilemma, because when we tax, we're going to hurt a part of our community. So as Councilmember Parker knows, and I mentioned this to you yesterday, I cannot support your amendment at this time. So thank you very much again for for being one of our newbies and pushing very hard. I admire you for that. But this is not a practical approach to addressing our issue today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. And I really want to express my thanks to Councilmember Parker for coming forward with this proposal. It is a really important proposal and a really difficult proposal. I think it's the one place where we internally are having to grapple with challenging issues. We have the mayor out there and we can hold ourselves up in juxtaposition to the mayor, but here internally, we are talking about values, we are talking about practicality, and this raises a hard question that needs to be discussed. And by you coming forward with this, we're having this discussion. Everything on your list I want. I badly want all of the things on your list. And on the other side of the ledger, as Chairman Mendelson was talking about, in one sense, we have these anonymous international investors whose capital we need to attract if we're going to invest in this, get the kind of investment we need to revitalize downtown and have a successful economy going forward. And it is hard to say, well, we need to do all of these different things, or we can't take certain steps if we're going to attract that investment. But I think it's true that we have to be very careful at this juncture that we be able to attract that kind of investment. And here what we have is a promise that was made about a sunset, and we would not follow through on that promise on a sunset. We also have a situation where the Tax Review Commission is about to come, and there have been people who have said, we did a tax increase before the Tax Review Commission did its work. We're not going to do another one beforehand. I do think it is important that we send a message of constancy. I think the place that we do this is, maybe it's not specifically through the Tax Review Commission, but when the Tax Review Commission comes back with its recommendations, we are seriously going to have to grapple with all of these kinds of issues. And I hope that when we remake our tax code through the Tax Review Commission process, we make it more progressive and we make it raise more revenue than we have today so we can fill the needs that we need to fill. But I don't think this is the way to do it. As much as I would love to be able to fund these things, as much as dear friends have reached out to me and urged that I support this, I think that the practical thing to do is to try to do everything we can to encourage investment to bring downtown and our city back.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a moment. If there's nobody else, Councilmember Allen, I'm sorry.
That's
You
all
would be second, Councilmember Parker. Did I see another hand up? Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief since I think a lot has been said already. Let me first start by my thanks to Councilmember Parker for introducing this amendment and raising this issue. I do appreciate it. I don't believe that this amendment is the right approach to take today, but by no means do I question the intent here of what's trying to be accomplished with it. I also am aware there's some conversation taking place about what we could be looking at for second reading to try to achieve some of the same goals and perhaps finding some different sources there. So I look forward to that conversation kind of evolving over the next couple of weeks. But I'll associate myself with, I think, some of the comments of my colleagues that I do believe that one of my concerns is around unintended consequences of changing tax policy in this form. And I think that having our Tax Policy Revision Commission be able to complete its work, be able to help evaluate that, I think is the more appropriate way for us to decide if this is a source that we should be looking to. I have heard, and I do believe that we have a lot of properties, not just downtown, but across the district, that have made and are seeking predictability in making business decisions that could adversely impact our overall budget and economic recovery without this. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting the amendment today. But again, I do appreciate it being put forward, and I appreciate that it's going to prompt a bigger debate, I think, as well. And so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George.
I'm just gonna let my colleague.
All right, Councilmember Parker, second round, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to move to withdraw the amendment based on some of the concerns here. And I would just say a couple of things and end on a note of thanks. One is, as I mentioned before, there are some real concerns that have been expressed by council members in 7 and 8. In particular, I have concerns, and I'm truly hopeful that we can address some of those concerns by second reading. It seems like there's a genuine interest to do so. And then second, as a body and over time, I'm hoping that we can find more systematic ways to invest in people versus it being on a council or committee by committee basis. And I believe we can also get there. But the points have been well made and taken. I had a conversation with Councilmember Pinto yesterday, and I know the concerns around revitalizing our downtown are very important, and I share those concerns. And so with that, Chairman, I want to remove this amendment, and I'll end on a note of thanks. And I can just share that Councilmember Louis George is looking at a way to fund Gift Snap Arrays. And I would just, she can share the details, but if we can make that happen this year, I think it will make a world of a difference for hundreds of thousands of Washingtonians. Thank you.
Thank you. So the amendment is withdrawn. Are there any further amendments with regard to the Budget Support Act? We have the Budget Support Act before us. According to my notes, a long time ago, we had one amendment that was accepted regarding the school safety issue. So we have the motion with that amendment before us. So we'll have a roll call vote on the bill. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The print is approved unanimously. I'll move the report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion on the report? By a voice vote, all those in favor of the report? Let me pause for a second. All those in favor of the report with leave for staff, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. Councilmember Henderson, you had with the Local Budget Act asked it to be on non-consent.
That's no longer necessary, Mr. Chairman.
All right, if there's no objection, I'm talking about the Local Budget Act. That will be on consent as well. Hearing no objection. Before we move on, I want to take this moment to thank a number of individuals. Eric Kennedy, Stacy White, and their team in the CFO's Office of Budget and Planning, who worked with our budget team on every adjustment we proposed. So a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. There's an awful lot of communication between our budget office and the CFO's Office of Budget and Planning. Eric Kennedy is the head of that office, and his team, his work is very much appreciated. Deborah Fries and her team in the CFO's Office of Revenue Analysis, who scored each subtitle in the Budget Support Act. So I want to thank them as well. I want to remind members that where we started with this proposed budget and where we are today is remarkably different, and that is because of the work of staff of the council. My staff, Evan Cash, Blaine Stum, Lakeisha Jordan, Raleigh Lancaster, Bijan Verlin, and Christian Washington, who provided support as we developed this council-wide budget. Also, the staff in the Office of the General Counsel, who reviewed all the committee subtitles and all the other subtitles. And I want to give a special thanks or shout out to Lauren Mendonça and Dan Golden, who worked so closely with the Budget Council, with our Budget Council throughout the entire process. And last but not least, our Budget Director, Jen Budoff, and her team, Andy Eisenlar, Joe Wolf, Averill Caraway, Errol Spence, Sutherland, Sam Hodges, Kyra Smith, and Ann Phelps. We all thank staff, but truly where we are with this would not have been possible. Applause is in order, so thank you to everyone. Too late. All right, back to business. We have a number of measures that were reported out of other committees. The first is from the Committee on Public Works and Operations, chaired by Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, PR 25-71, Director of the Department of Public Works, Timothy Spriggs Confirmation Resolution 2023. I should note, these will all be on the legislative agenda. So this is the opportunity to ask questions.
Oh, I would like to take Colleen Green off the consent.
I know, but we haven't gotten there yet. But duly noted. PR 25-71, Councilor Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposed measure would confirm the appointment of Timothy Spriggs as Director of the Department of Public Works. The Director of the Department of Public Works is responsible for overseeing the agency that's charged with administering some of the district's most important municipal services. Having worked at DPW for over 4 years now and within district government for over 14 years, Mr. Spriggs is very familiar with these responsibilities. He comes to this position with over 10 years of experience leading strategic government operations, leveraging cross-agency partnerships, and supporting emergency management efforts. Prior to being appointed interim director of the agency, Mr. Spriggs oversaw 30 DPW facilities and over 1,300 employees responsible for stormwater management, snow coordination and removal, and other essential services. During his tenure with DPW, he earned the district a top rating on its Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan environmental scorecard. Prior to joining DPW, Spriggs delivered the first government-wide cyber identity smart card program to allow seamless access across the entire Federal Emergency Management Agency's enterprise network and deployed the transportation and warehouse network to distribute pandemic-related supplies. Mr. Spriggs received a Bachelor of Art in Sociology from University of Richmond, a Master of Science in Security Management from Webster University Joint Base Anacostia Bolling Air Force Base, and a Master of Science in Human Resource Management and Leadership Development from National Louis University. Mr. Spriggs has demonstrated a commitment to DPW's mission of providing environmentally healthy municipal services that are both ecologically sound and cost-effective. His operational expertise, combined with his demonstrated openness to learning, collaborating, ensuring the agency is hiring the right people, and being held to account, are attributes that should be transformative to the agency. On April 26th, the Committee on Public Works and Operations voted unanimously in favor of recommending the council confirm the appointment of Timothy Spriggs as Director of the Department of Public Works. This resolution will be deemed approved on May 18th without council action. With that, I move the measure to be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting to follow. Thank you.
Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and
Chairman.
technically sufficient? Yes, Councilmember Parker.
I don't have a question, but I wanted to make a comment. Or are comments not allowed?
No, not that we don't debate stuff in
Okay.
consideration from other committees.
Can you ask Chair or Councilmember Nadeau if it's possible to share the vision statements that were pretty impressive from Mr. Spriggs to the members about leaf collection as well as booting and towing, and his vision to how to scale those up?
Councilmember Nadeau, I don't know if you heard any of that, but apparently the nominee said some things that were worth sharing. Could you?
Yes, I concur that the nominee did send a vision statement that was quite inspiring, and I'd be happy to share it with my colleagues.
All right, so today we have inspire and enthusiastic. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next measure is PR 25-72. Report out of the Committee on Housing, Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, Colleen Green, confirmation resolution of 2023. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Proposed resolution 25-72 would confirm Colleen Green to the position of Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, or DHCD. Under district law, this nominating resolution would be automatically deemed approved this Thursday, May 18th, without council action. DHCD is one of the district's leading agencies on housing matters and the steward of the district's Housing Production Trust Fund. Colleen Green has worked with DHCD twice, first as Chief of Staff from 2007 to 2009, and now as Acting Director starting in January of this year. In addition to her work for the agency, Ms. Green has held various roles throughout development processes. Her past responsibilities include overseeing construction lending transactions at the Bank of America and Key Bank, managing a $60 million portfolio to develop housing along the East Coast, serving as an advisor to small businesses on real estate transactions through her own company, and working on short-term housing projects like shelters and halfway houses while with Core Services Group. The Committee on Housing, which I chair, held a public roundtable on Ms. Green's nomination in March and a markup last Wednesday, May 10th. During the roundtable, witnesses who have worked directly with Ms. Green highlighted her work ethic and shared the belief that Ms. Green will tackle the current challenging environment head-on with determination and creativity. After the record closed, the committee received additional support letters from her nomination from clergy and faith leaders. From my own conversations with Ms. Green since her tenure as acting director, I have been encouraged by her straightforward approach and willingness to share her knowledge of affordable housing finance with the committee. Not all of the comments on the proposed confirmation have been positive. During the public roundtable, the committee heard from witnesses concerned with the nomination based on experiences they have had with DHCD for years. Several residents from the Northeast Boundary Boundary neighborhood in Ward 7 cited issues with the agency's responsiveness and lack of inclusion of communities when making development decisions. Upon my request, Acting Director Green and I met with the Northeast Boundary residents following the hearing to work towards solutions. The committee has also heard complaints from residents about DHCD's inadequate administration of its programs, like the Homeowner Assistance Fund. And the council is well aware of DHCD's lack of compliance with HPGF spending and with the administration's unwillingness to absorb a minimal cost associated with lowering the allowable rent increases on rent-controlled units during this current period of high inflation. Our Committee on Housing members and staff take each of these concerns seriously. It is imperative that we evaluate mayoral appointees with a critical lens to make sure they have the skill set, demonstrated record, and collaborative approach necessary to serve residents' needs. Most of the concerns that the committee heard predate Ms. Green's tenure as acting director. And another minute, please, Chairman.
Without objection.
And unfortunately for the city are not new issues. What we're hearing highlights the need for broader fixes within DHCD, fixes that the committee believes can be addressed with Ms. Green's knowledge and desire to solve problems. The council and DHCD will undoubtedly have moments of disagreement, whether those disagreements are directly with Ms. Green or with the broader administration. But I've appreciated Ms. Green's collaborative nature thus far. She has been more responsive than most agencies, more collaborative than most agencies, and I think genuinely intent on solving some of the most difficult problems, not around the council, but by working with the council and the committee. The committee voted favorably in support of Ms. Green's nomination, and I encourage the full council to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Are there questions from members? Question, Councilmember Lewis George.
Councilmember White, have we received a commitment from DHCD to work with the council to alleviate record high rent increases now that the funding has been set aside for this task? And in the budget. And I know earlier this year, you and Councilmember Parker had worked to try to do something about those rent increases and were stopped from us being able to take action. What was Mrs. Green's take on or decision on that? And what is the commitment moving forward regarding ways to alleviate record high rent increases?
Thank you, Councilmember Louis George. We are going to go around the administration to address the record high rent increases, and we'll be doing that in the supplemental budget. I believe that the decision not to absorb the cost for addressing rent control several weeks ago was above the head of Director Green. So while we worked, I think, hard to hold Ms. Green's feet to the fire during a recent hearing, I don't think she could have said anything different than she did. I would, though, express that there are places where I needed information from the administration, multiple places that I've asked Ms. Green to collect pretty complicated sets of information, and I've had no issues getting that information from Director Green. It's been, frankly, markedly different than working with most other agency directors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further questions? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
I have chocolate in my mouth, I'm sorry. Not my fault. Without objection. this
Oh.
me-
We were asking to be, I'm asking for it to be placed on non-consent.
All right, the measure will
Thank
be on non-consent for today's additional legislative meeting. The next two measures are from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, chaired by Councilmember Brooke Pinto. The first is PR 25-76. Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah, confirmation resolution of 2023. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-76, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah, confirmation resolution of 2023 would confirm Lindsay Appiah as Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. The resolution was introduced by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor on January 25th, 2023. And the committee held a public roundtable on the resolution on March 15th, 2023. The Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice plays a pivotal role in coordinating between our local, federal, and neighboring jurisdiction public safety agencies to effectuate the district's public safety goals. The deputy mayor also plays a key role in providing direction, guidance, and support to the public safety agencies under its purview. This includes ensuring agency accountability as it relates to the delivery of services to residents, as well as strengthening agencies' data collection, sharing, and analysis, and providing support for the district and community-based violence interruption programs. The nomination of Ms. Appiah to serve as Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice comes at a really critical time for the district. In both 2021 and 2022, the district experienced more than 200 homicides, higher than any year since 2003. The new deputy mayor must be prepared to take immediate and decisive action to reverse these trends, with particular focus on reducing rates of gun violence and the proliferation of illegal firearms in the district. The new deputy mayor faces this charge as a number of our public safety agencies undergo leadership changes of their own, including the executive directors of DYRS, ONES, OVSJG, and critically Chief Conti's impending departure from MPD. The nominee must be prepared to lead during this period of significant transition. There have been few times in recent memory that this work was more urgent and the need for strong leadership more critical. It is also crucial that our next deputy mayor be poised and eager to engage in regular, candid conversations with the community and provide complete transparency on the operations of the agencies that fall under DMPSJ's purview. And I know all of the members of the Judiciary Committee and this council know how important that coordination is. I'm confident that acting Deputy Mayor Appiah understands these challenges and is ready to take them on. I'm also confident that Ms. Appiah's background and experience have prepared her well to do so. Her 10 years of service with DYRS and her previous role as Chief of Staff for DMPSJ have given her extensive knowledge of juvenile justice, agency protocols and policies, and public safety more broadly. That should enable her to identify and pursue creative and effective solutions to the most pressing and urgent public safety concerns facing the district. Her experience both in the district and beyond make clear her qualifications to serve as our deputy mayor, and if confirmed, I believe she will prove a successful leader of our public safety agencies. The confirmation resolution for Ms. Apia was unanimously approved by my committee at a markup held on May 9th, 2023. I've asked it be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. Next is PR 25-115, Director of the Office of Unified Communications, Heather McGaffin, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The resolution would confirm Heather McGaffin as Director of the Office of Unified Communications, or OUC. The resolution was introduced by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor on February 17th, 2023, and the committee held a public roundtable on the resolution on March 15th, 2023. OUC is responsible for providing fast, professional, and cost-effective response to emergency and non-emergency calls in the district. As Director of OUC, Ms. McGaffin is responsible for overseeing all 911 and 311 operations and ensuring residents receive reliable emergency and non-emergency services. Heather McGaffin began her career as a 911 call taker at the Calvert Control Center in Calvert County, Maryland, and worked her way through the ranks to become the Deputy Director of the agency in 2013. She later joined the national safety firm Mission Critical Partners and helped emergency operations localities and state governments across the country with organizational restructuring, training development and implementation, and next generation 911 migration and implementation. Ms. McGaffin joined OUC in 2020 as the Chief of Special Operations and Investigations and was later promoted to Deputy Director of the agency, during which time she was responsible for ensuring proficient daily operations of 911 and 311 services, as well as staff training. Ms. McGaffin steps into the role of OUC Director at also a very critical moment for the agency. OUC has struggled to provide reliable and quality service to residents for over a decade. Reports of agency mismanagement and struggling performance have raised concerns with the public and created a somewhat strained relationship between OUC and FEMS and MPD. In just the last few weeks, I and my committee have received several reports from residents of unacceptably long waits to be connected with call takers when calling 911. The national standard is for 90% of calls to be answered within 15 seconds. Even during periods of high call volume, OUC must ensure that callers are connected with the call taker almost immediately. Call takers must be able to remain professional and calm in often very traumatic and chaotic situations and work quickly to decipher the precise location of the call taker and determine the appropriate emergency response. This is a tremendously demanding job, especially given there is little to no room for error, and OUC call takers and dispatchers are counting on the next director to act with urgency to provide staff with the training, support, and structure that they need to be successful. I am pleased with steps that Ms. McGaffin has taken so far to improve coordination with MPD and FEMS, increase call diversion to alternative responses, expand call taker and dispatcher training requirements, formalize the quality assurance review process, and work to implement the auditor's recommendations. I have 30 more seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
While I believe Ms. McGaffin is on the right track, there is a tremendous amount of work to be done to ensure residents receive reliable 911 and 311 services. My committee will continue to push Ms. McGaffin to increase transparency with the public and track the agency's progress in fully implementing the auditor's recommendations, which we support. That said, I do believe Ms. McGaffin's experience, dedication, and deep familiarity with OUC equip her well to take on this challenge as director. And if confirmed, I look forward to working with Ms. McGaffin to address these issues and track her and the agency's progress very closely. The nominee's confirmation resolution was approved by my committee at a markup held on May 9th, 2023, with 3 members voting to support the nominee and 1 member voting present. I've asked that it be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions?
Comment.
Councilmember Trayon White and then Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I want to support this nomination. I had an unfortunate experience of dealing with Unified Communications last week, in which I had to call 4 times that lasted over a span of 3.5 hours before I was able to get the support I needed from Unified Communications to get dispatched to emergency. And so that was really frustrating for me and other parties involved. But I do want to acknowledge that Director McGaffin did call me to follow up and to ensure that she would track down the miscommunication and the drop balls during this emergency. And I just want to thank God that no one was seriously hurt, but I think that everything rises and falls on leadership, and sometimes we have to be accountable and be able to address things when things don't go well, and that's the nature of a leader. So I appreciate her reaching out to me and following up in hopes that we can get this matter resolved and figure out where the balls will drop. So I want to be in support of her confirmation today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for moving this nomination. Councilmember Pinto in her remarks mentioned that 3 members of the committee voted in favor and then 1 voted present. I was the present. And I want to ask a couple of follow-up questions. Councilmember Pinto, have you received any follow-up from the agency regarding the concerns I shared during the markup?
Would you mind re-articulating some of your concerns?
Sure. So in particular, have you received an update from OUC regarding the incident I mentioned last week with regard to emergency responders who were dispatched to the 11th Street Bridge instead of to the Douglas Bridge when there was a car reported in the water?
So yes, and I want to commend Ms. McGaffin and her staff for proactively reaching out to the committee to share all of the mistakes. That particular incident is currently undergoing an investigation, and when the after action report is finalized, I'll be sure to share it with all committee members.
Okay. So when you said when she reached out to the committee, it's not entirely accurate. She reached out to the chairperson of the committee. And one of my concerns is that I shared some pretty specific concerns at a markup and have not heard anything from the executive office of the mayor on this. That's why I voted present. I like Ms. McGaffin. I think she has a great vision for the agency. But one of the concerns has been about OUC and continues to remain is regarding transparency and communication and proactive communication with your partners in government, right? I can't support you if I don't know what's going on. And we are the ones who are also getting the calls from constituents around wrong locations. It's taking too long to get through. I call 911 and I am talking to somebody in Maryland, right? I know that's not something necessarily that OUC can control. And I know that there are definitely plans here. But Mr. Chairman, I know I'm not supposed to give a statement. So I'm going to ask you that you place this nomination on the non-consent agenda. And perhaps if there is a break, somebody might call me to address some of the concerns that I raised a week ago. Thank you.
Fair enough. And if I can just say, the agency and Ms. McGaffin has committed to having a public dashboard, which is one of the things that we've continued to urge on, but they're, taking several months to get that up and running. I will commit to you as the chair of the committee that I will work with the agency to make sure that those updates go to all committee members, because I know that everybody's hearing from residents and making sure that you're receiving those proactive communications, and I'd be happy to coordinate that directly with them.
So just to emphasize the point, I'll ask a question. Councilmember Henderson, you're asking that maybe somebody could get in touch with you between now and the vote.
Should there be a break? But my main request is that this nomination not be on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. There was, we're borderline debate here. We're supposed to be questions. Councilmember Louis George?
I was speaking, I wanted to speak in support of Ms. McGaffin and that, but I think Councilmember Henderson raised a good point, just with all the nominees. I did have an opportunity to meet and speak with Ms. McGaffin as well as DPW Director Spriggs, as well as Lindsay Apaya, unlike the nominee for housing. And I think communication with the council members before a nominee comes before nominations should happen with all of our council members. And to be able to discuss what's happening and how they can better serve our residents in our wards, but also across the district. And so I do wanted to say that Ms. McGaffin actually did reach out. We've had a few instances with OUC in Ward 4 that were alarming, the responsiveness, the miscommunication, mislocation. And I reached out and I said, I need to hear from you immediately about what happened in these instances. And her team did come to my office and explain and go through all 3 of the instances that were issues and explain what happened, what went wrong, and talking about leadership also owned up to some of the things that were made and some corrective actions. And I appreciated that level of responsiveness to Ward 4 residents, ANCs, and myself. And also showed up at the Ward 4 job fair, stayed the entire time as the director, talked to candidates herself the entire time, interviewed people, and showed a seriousness about addressing the vacancy concerns at her specific agency, which all the agencies had. But I appreciated that level of leadership there too. So what I've seen thus far as transparency and leadership and from Ms. McGaffin is something I feel comfortable moving forward in her nomination and optimistic about how she will better serve, how she can take the agency, which has been troubled, in a better and right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. We are not even borderline questions. So Councilmember Bonds? Yes, ask me. You just asked me a question. Do I want a question? Yes,
All
I
right,
want a question.
okay. All right, well, thank
Although,
you.
let me note.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to pose a question. Let's see if I can put my thoughts in the form of a question to Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Pinto, I too had questions about the incident because it was featured on social media, and had the occasion to speak with Ms. McGaffin, and I spoke with her pretty soon after the incident. It's very interesting, the comments that she gave me about how frantic the callers were, and the callers could not describe what bridge. They just knew that it was in the river. And so she talked about how her callers, I guess her receptionist, had actually received the information and what they did next, which I thought was very interesting, because I too was a little concerned about which bridge, and the callers apparently were saying the white bridge, and the white bridge became the flat bridge. The flat bridge became the 11th Street Bridge. And so it caused me to be concerned about whether or not our bridges have names. But then of course it was in the night. And so I wondered if there has been any thought about the demarcations that the callers can, when someone is in distress and they don't know where they are, is there a way for us in the city to have some descriptions that of location that will help callers? Because apparently these callers were younger folk who were kind of not really about DC, visiting, and they were trying to report what they saw. And just so you know, the station master is the one who told the receptionist where to dispatch the fire FIMS service. So I thought that was all very interesting, but it was all related to location and not really knowing. All they know, they're by the river. They don't know the bridges, and there was no signage. And if there was, we wouldn't necessarily see it at night. So what are we doing about that? Because it just seems to me, we just are.
Councilmember, your time's expired.
Oh. All right,
I didn't
thank
hear
you.
a question and all that.
No, I did. I did.
I heard a
About-
question.
Yes, I
Councilmember
did.
Pinto.
I imagine you were going to finish by saying it seems to you that there should be more done about the geography services, and I would agree with that assessment. One of the things that I have learned in this oversight capacity with the new director is that the geography is really kind of a dual function in that there is technology that determines where the caller is calling from, but it's coupled with awareness of the call taker of listening to what the caller is saying, what, streets that they're by and their own geographic awareness. And so Director McGaffin has increased training requirements for 8 additional geography training hours for all call takers. And they're updating their system as well, so that they can track when mistakes were made. So if there's a street that's constantly being referred to as the wrong thing, that'll become part of the system, which will flag to the call taker. So they'll know to say, well, instead of just trusting that you're on First Street, do you see anything close by? So hopefully those improvements will make a difference.
Thank you very much.
I want to
Chairman.
note, our rules are very clear. In committee of the whole is for questions only. If somebody wishes to speak in support or opposed, or to just make comments in general, that's why we have a non-consent agenda. This measure is actually on the non-consent agenda because the council member asked it to be on non-consent. So unless there is a question from a member, we will proceed. Councilmember Parker, you say you have a question.
Yes, let the record show I have a question. I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. McGaffin and Councilmember Pinto. One of the things she mentioned when we met was that her vision is around improving training for her staff and team in order to improve efficacy for the agency. One of the issues, as I believe Councilmember Henderson alluded to, is the getting to the right directions in the right amount of time, and that continues to be an issue for the agency. Can you just speak to what information we have or that you or we can point to around how they have improved that? Because when I spoke to her, it was still something that she was working on.
Sure. So this is similar to what I was speaking to Councilor Bonds about, that she's increased the training requirements for 8 additional hours for geographic training for all call takers. So that folks know the city and where they can direct folks to. They're also increasing their location determining technology and increasing the number of quality assurance workers. They have a new system called Power Phone, which tracks kind of errors, and so they can go back and see where there are repeat cases of differences and how they can update the system accordingly.
That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Lewis George. There are also more supervisors who are now rotating throughout the call floor to oversee the call takers and provide the real-time feedback.
All right, we have further questions. Councilmember Allen and then Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much. It is a question, and hopefully one that's helpful. I appreciate Councilor Pinto's work on this and attention and moving Ms. McGaffin forward. I think like many people here, I hear from constituents fairly regularly with frankly gut-wrenching stories of being in absolute crisis, calling 911 and being on hold, waiting for unacceptable amount of times. I have talked with a woman who was hiding for her life on the platform of Potomac Avenue Metro as the shooter came down and could not get through to 911. I've talked to the same woman who then had an attempted robbery and could not again get through to 911 in her moment of need. I do believe that Director McGaffin is somebody who is willing to be able to help acknowledge and say, this is not working, this is not right, here's what I want to get done to change that. And I appreciate that leadership and I appreciate the style she's going to bring to it. To make sure I'm posing it as a question here, to the chair of the committee, because we know we've had the auditor's actions, we have the ongoing reviews and metrics and measurements of how they are meeting those. I'll just toss it this way. Do you plan on being able to use the committee for oversight to be able to hold some hearings also to kind of keep measuring that progress and how we continue to work towards getting to the OUC I think we all want and our residents deserve?
Thank you very much, Councilor Allen, and thank you for sharing those stories. I think it's important to remember the very real life impacts that happen when mistakes arise at this agency of our first responders. Yes, absolutely. The committee intends to engage in robust oversight to make sure that we're not just hearing, yes, we in theory agree with the auditor's recommendations, but we are actually implementing them going forward. And here's how we have done so. And those conversations are ongoing that we continue to have with the director until all of the recommendations have been implemented accordingly. Thank you.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually going to raise the same incident, two incidents with the same constituent. Hearing from this constituent that they were in the Potomac Avenue Metro when there was a shooting and to not be able to reach anyone when you call 911, to be the same person just 2 months later to be the victim of an attempted robbery and again not to be able to reach anyone when you call 911 has to be incredibly scary. I know this particular resident is dealing with some traumas from those incidents that I believe very much were exacerbated by her experiences with 911. And the response from the agency when she called to complain were, in her opinion, dismissive. No director could fix an agency in just a couple months. My question to you, Councilmember Pinto, is as we are looking to vote on a nominee, how should I reconcile this nomination with the experiences of this resident with hopes that we have a different standard, a standard of excellence with respect to the Office of Unified Communication in the future?
Thanks so much, Councilor White. I think it's a really good question. I mean, when I hear about volume times, we talked a little bit about the increase in training, but another major concern is around the vacancies. The agency is almost a 20% vacancy rate. And so I know there's a lot of efforts that Director McGaffin is undertaking to expand the pipeline of getting folks in the door, expanding their high school program, and making sure that people know that if you're interested in being a first responder, that can take a lot of different forms. And so we need people to apply for these jobs, and we're going to continue to work on those incentives and support them that way. I guess I would say to your question on how you should be calculating it is the agency needs a director. And we need to partner with a director who has as much experience as Director McGaffin does and as much earnest ability and interest to be proactive about reconciling mistakes that have been made in the past and that are continuing to be made under her leadership. And I believe that her intentions are there. I believe that her experience is very helpful for that mission. And I have been impressed that she has been so proactive with me and the committee and following up every time there is a mistake made and what they're doing about it. And I will do a better job, as I mentioned to Councilmember Henderson, on sharing those updates with the committee and making sure that those are coming to all committee members. But ultimately, I do believe this agency needs a full-time director, and that Director McGaffin has demonstrated that she is equally interested in change and improvement. And I'd like us to give her that chance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would add so in final seconds, if you think the director would be willing to speak to this constituent to understand their experiences, which I think might help inform the director's work in the future.
I would be happy to ask the director to speak to that constituent. No problem.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you for
Chairman.
the questions, Councilmember. If there are no further questions, Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes.
This measure will be placed on the non-consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. I believe that's going to complete the business for this meeting. We will, in a minute, break, we will adjourn this meeting and then set up for the legislative meeting, which I believe will take about 5 minutes. Is that correct? I do want to note that our next legislative meeting is an additional meeting on May 30th. That will be second reading on the Local Budget Act. It will be first reading and final reading on the FY23 Supplemental Budget Emergency Act. It will be first and final reading on the Federal Budget Portion Request Act. Final reading on the Budget Support Act, as I noted earlier, will be in June, as early as we can do in June. I thanked a number of people on my staff. I thanked a number of people in the budget office, the general counsel's office. I overlooked that we get a lot of other support, and I want to just take this moment to thank them. All of us know our hearings, the committee hearings, the many committee hearings were televised by cable TV. Want to thank Maurice Reed and his team. And I also want to thank in the Secretary's office, Larry Cooper and his team, Matt Crowder, Basola Walker, Juan Gray, Marquez Clifford, Sheila West, and of course, Nyasha Smith. I want to thank all of them. A lot of folks put in a lot of work. I left out, I'm about to be cut off from cable television. Jermaine Taylor. This is why you never name names. So I just want to thank everybody. And with that, the time is 2:59 PM and this meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
How long? If members could start to gather, please, in the chamber. Madam Secretary, you ready?
I would say something smart, Mr. Chairman, like I was born ready. Yes, I am ready.
Now, everybody heard that. And we might debate that during
Okay, going out live.
all right, if we're ready, cable's ready. I'm calling to order this meeting. This is an additional meeting of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council. This is the 7th legislative meeting of Council Period 25. And today is Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. The time is 3:27 in the afternoon. This meeting is being conducted in person in the council chambers, room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. I don't believe there are any members who are participating virtually. At this meeting, which is following the committee of the whole meeting that ended 5 minutes ago, is that correct? All right, 25 minutes ago. We will be taking up the budget and several other measures that are on the agenda for the council to consider. We always begin our legislative meetings with a moment of silence. It's a moment for reflection. I would ask that everyone in the chamber respect this for a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Allen,
Here.
Councilmember Bonds,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George,
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie,
Here.
Chairman Mendelson,
Present.
Councilmember Nadeau,
Here.
Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Pinto,
Present.
Councilmember Robert White,
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have the consent agenda. At the committee of the whole, there were two measures that were removed from the consent agenda on page 2. At the top of the page, item 2, it's Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, Colleen Green Confirmation Resolution. And item 4, Director of the Office of Unified Communications, Heather McGaffin Confirmation Resolution. Those are removed from consent. I am also removing from consent on page 1, the 3 bills for final reading. The engrossments have not been, the reports have not been filed, and therefore the bills have not been engrossed. That's Bill 25-21, Bill 25-24, Bill 25-146. So they are removed, and looking at General Counsel, they simply won't come up today because they haven't been filed. Are there any other changes to the consent agenda? I will note, just for clarification, that both the Local Budget Act and the Budget Support Act are on the consent agenda. Hearing no other changes than the measures I noted being removed, the vote will be on the consent agenda as revised. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George,
Yes.
Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker,
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes, and Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White, is that voting present, or are you saying yes?
I'm saying present. Please mark me as present.
So this is a vote on the consent agenda, so I will mark you as present. Mr. Chairman, there are 11 yeses, 1 present, and 1 absent.
The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Turning to the non-consent items, the first is PR 25-72, Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, Colleen Green, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Proposed resolution 25-72 would confirm mayoral nominee Colleen Green to the position of Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, or DHCD. Under district law, this nominating resolution would be automatically deemed approved this Thursday, May 18th, without council action. The Committee on Housing voted favorably on this confirmation, and for the reasons I stated during the committee of the whole meeting, I encourage the full council to support her nomination. I found Director Green to be responsive and open to partnership with the council on key challenges facing DHCD. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move PR 25-72.
Thank you. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes, as a member of the Housing Committee, I did vote against this nomination for several reasons that I made clear. One is a lack of responsiveness from Ms. Green to me in my office. And there are 3 other areas that I highlighted that I just have not seen or heard a vision or a path forward. One is around the proposal to halt rent increases on rent control properties. As you know, there were proposals earlier in the year. My office never did hear back from DHCD about those proposals, although we did receive communication from the CFO's office. It is my understanding that maybe Ms. Green has been in communication with Councilmember White. I would just liken this to the concerns of Councilmember Henderson earlier, where directors perhaps are reaching out to the chairs of committees versus the members, especially members that express concerns over certain issues. The second is an ongoing issue with the Housing Production Trust Fund. And while this is not the fault of Ms. Green, I have not heard a vision for how we're going to ensure that the Housing Production Trust Fund advances housing for residents between 0 and 30% AMI. If you look at the latest report on the status of the Housing Production Trust Fund, you'll see that it continues to be an area that needs work on behalf of the agency and the city. And then the last is the Housing Assistant or Homeowner Assistance Fund, or HAF. As it was alluded earlier, there are a number of residents throughout the city, but also in Ward 5 that have repeated concerns with the agency, a lack of responsiveness, not getting their notifications through on time with their home lease vendors, et cetera. And so these are things I would hope that as a body, we would have had some type of vision, statement, plan to address. If that has been shared with the committee outside of my knowing, I would welcome hearing and seeing that. Since the time of our committee vote and me voting against this nomination, I still have not received any communication. And I think it bodes for the type of leadership we can expect for the agency. And I don't think it bodes well. So with that, I will be voting against this nomination.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion, Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't repeat some of what my colleague has said. I think the effort that my colleagues took to halt rent increases and the unreasonable response that was given to such a dire issue was a leadership, and whether it came from the top or however, I think not having our agency speak, DHCD and directors speak on that, I find to be very troubling. I will say that every other nominee on this list, Director Spriggs and Director Apaya and Director McGaffin, all did reach out to have individual meetings to speak to their vision and how they could better serve residents both in the city and in my ward particularly. And I think that should be the standard that directors who are coming before nominees for nomination should at least reach out and ask, do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns? Here's my vision. That did not happen. And the rest of these directors did do that and did, I think, present compelling visions for what they have for the agency while acknowledging the faults of that agency and the things they needed to improve. So because of that, I'm not inclined to support this nominee at this time and hope that there can be improvements made in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion? Councilmember Robert White. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my colleagues for speaking on their concerns. I think it is really important as a body that we don't rubber stamp nominees with respect to reaching out, particularly to committee members who are not being responsive. I think it's foolish, and I think the director and DHCD and any other agency needs to make sure they do that, particularly when concerns are raised. The other nominees on today's agenda, I don't think any of them have reached out to me. It's not my standard practice to meet with directors. And so I wouldn't hold that against the director that they didn't reach out to me for a meeting. And maybe this is something Oakland needs to pay attention to. What I will say, I don't go to bat for a lot of nominees because I don't know them. But, and I don't know what to expect from them. But in the few months that I've been working with Acting Director Green, we have had several opportunities where we have disagreed. I learn more about people in our disagreements than where we agree. And what I've found is that where we disagree, we've been able to work together. Where I've needed information, I've gotten it from the agency. Where they've sent me information, I said, this isn't what I was looking for. They've gone back without hassle, without problems. I've found them to be incredibly responsive. That's not something I want to lose from a nominee. That is not to say that the concerns raised by my colleagues are not serious. And I think Director Green and her team, if she is confirmed, should reach out to Councilmember Parker and reach out to Councilmember Louis George and any other council member who wants to speak to them. But what I think my colleagues will find as you touch base with Director Green is a desire to work with the council and work with the housing committee and the desire to improve housing. That includes improving the Housing Production Trust Fund. We've had some debates on that, including improving the HAF. So I hope Director Green will be confirmed today. And I hope that she and her team will build a good working relationship with my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. If there's no further discussion, the vote will be on PR 25-72. We've give me just a second. We have out of habit been doing roll calls, but that's because the members have been split. But all the members are here. So, Madam Secretary, while Councilmember Bonds is speaking, think about and tell me whether you think we should do a roll call. Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wanted to make sure that I heard Councilmember Robert White. Did you indicate that if we do not approve the voice vote today, that the nomination will be in effect? Because on the 18th,
It'll be
it's
deemed approved on
automatic.
the 18th.
So it's on today's agenda at the request of the mayor. If we took no action, she would be deemed approved on the 18th.
Mhm.
If we vote no, I'm not sure, Madam General Counsel.
The subordinate agency has come to the council for confirmation with I believe it's 90 days. And the 90 days are up on May 18th.
But this is a deemed approved.
Yes, the subordinate agency heads are deemed approved after 90 days.
But if we voted no,
This would have to be a resolution of disapproval.
okay, that's right. Thank you.
So in other words, those who want to vote no today could put forth a resolution of disapproval. We would have to do that at the conclusion of today. We would vote no and then do it.
No, my reading of this is that a majority of the council members are going to approve this. But I might be wrong. If somebody wishes to convey that they don't support the nomination, they could vote no.
Mhm.
If they actually want to disapprove and block this nominee, anybody who wants to do that would have to move an amendment to change this to a disapproval resolution. Don't have to wait till after the meeting, could amend this resolution to be a disapproval. But of course, that amendment would have to be approved by a majority.
All right. 3 votes. All right. Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, do you advise a roll call or a voice vote, which is what we used to do for many, many years, decades?
That's a very leading question, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I agree with moving forward with a voice vote, considering that there are no members on the Zoom platform at this time. And
We did the-
Assistant Secretary Jermaine Taylor is in the room, so he will actually be serving as my eyes in the room to monitor to ensure that all members are present during the vote.
Yes, and we did the roll calls because when they're members virtual, we want actually evidence that the member, that we have a majority. And just to remind members, because this is new and different for some of us, if somebody wishes to vote no, not only do they vote no, but then they ask to be recorded as voting no.
Mhm.
So it's up.
I would also remind all members that you must be in the chamber at the time of the vote to be considered as voting on the prevailing side.
All right. So the vote is on PR 25-72.
They have to, if they want to be recorded, no, they have to do so before you call the vote.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So people have to
Makes
pay
it pretty.
attention. In fact, people should know how they're voting or what they're
Yes.
voting on.
so if we're voting no, we vote no.
And then you ask
And then
to be
we say-
recorded.
I got you.
Yes, we could, but I'm hopeful that with the, these,
Motion to
Harlan?
close debate.
I vote no. All right, we have before us PR 25-72 to confirm Colleen Green as the Director of DHCD. By a voice vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye. No,
No votes? Are there any no
No.
votes?
yes.
Chairman, please record me as no.
Record me as no.
All right, I don't know if the secretary heard all that. Councilmember Parker and Councilmember Bonds will be recorded as no. And Councilmember Denise Lewis George will be recorded as present. The ayes have it, the motion, or rather the resolution is approved. The next item is PR 25-115, Director of the Office of Unified Communications, Heather McGaffin, confirmation resolution of 2023. Councilmember Pinto.
Mr. Chairman, I move PR 25-115, Director of the Office of Unified Communications, Heather McGaffin, confirmation resolution of 2023. I spoke at length during Committee of the Whole about my support for this nominee and ask my colleagues to vote to approve her today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Discussion? Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the break because I got a phone call and I got my answers for some of the things that we talked about. No, so I did have a good conversation with Ms. McGaffin, and we talked about how to sort of actualize some of the promises made around transparency and communication, not just with the chairperson of the committee, but all of the members or any of the members who raised relevant concerns about particular incidents. And so I do want to say that I think that Ms. McGaffin does have the background, and I felt that way before, to solve some of the challenges that have been pressing for OUC. And I think that some of her goals around increasing the call diversion rate to the nurse triage line, she's launched the Junior Academy. She has hired an acting public information officer, which I think all of us felt was something that the agency needed, a PIO. And so I look forward to continuing to work with her as we go through the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion? We have the resolution before us. PR 25-115 by a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any no votes? The ayes have it unanimously. Turning to final reading and final vote on temporary legislation, we have Bill 25-164, Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Temporary Amendment Act of 2023. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I want to move to postpone this measure till the June 6th meeting.
And a motion to postpone this to the June 6th meeting. So discussion, which would be as to the date. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is the most anemic vote I've heard all day. But I heard more aye votes than I heard no votes, so the ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is a reading vote on proposed resolution, sense of the council on the restoration of Cuban-American relations resolution of 2023. PR 25-113, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm moving PR 25-113, the sense of the council on the restoration of Cuban-American relations resolution of 2023. This resolution expresses the district's support for ending the embargo and other restrictions the United States government has imposed on Cuba. The United States has maintained a trade and travel embargo on Cuba since the 1960s. This policy has had significant impact on the lives of both Cubans and Americans. While it was meant to force the Cuban government to change its political and economic systems, it has had unintended consequences, including significant hardship for the Cuban people. Under the Obama administration, U.S.-Cuba relations thawed. In 2014, President Obama announced that the United States would begin to normalize relations with Cuba and took several steps to ease the embargo. Many of us saw this as a positive development toward improving relations between the two countries. As these changes took place, Cuban President Raul Castro began liberalizing Cuba's state-controlled economy. However, the Trump administration largely reversed course. In 2017, President Trump announced that he would roll back the Obama-era policies. These changes included tighter restrictions on travel to Cuba and limitations on the amount of money Cuban Americans could send to family members in Cuba. It is now time for the United States to reevaluate its approach to Cuba to ease this 61-year-old restriction once again. The embargo has not achieved its intended goal of affecting political change. Instead, it has had a detrimental effect on the Cuban people, who has suffered from shortages of food, medicine, medical equipment, and other basic necessities. Residents of Cuba also lack access to basic technology. Certain apps are blocked, including Amazon and PayPal, and they are unable to use bank cards to make purchases online. In this global digital economy, these restrictions create very real hardships. Ending the embargo would also create opportunities for residents of the United States. It would allow businesses to invest in trade with Cuba, which would boost the American economy. It would also allow Americans to travel to Cuba more easily, promoting cultural exchange and breaking down barriers between the two countries. Passing the sense of the council resolution will send a message to Congress and the president that it is time for the United States to reevaluate its approach to Cuba. At the most fundamental level, the district will signal our stance on a humanitarian issue for Cubans. But ending the embargo also benefits DC residents through free exchange with Cuba, including for travel and cultural and educational purposes. Additionally, while the district does not have a large Cuban or Cuban American population, ending the embargo would also allow those who do live in the district to connect with friends and relatives in Cuba more easily. Ending the embargo would be a positive step toward improving relations between our two countries, creating economic opportunities and promoting cultural exchange among our people while improving the lives of the Cuban people in our own community. With that, I move PR 25-113, the sense of the council on the restoration of Cuban-American relations resolution of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Is there discussion? Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember White, I think that a lot that is written in this resolution makes a lot of sense, and it would certainly be a foreign policy that I support. We are a city, and we should be a state, but we are a city with a large array of different responsibilities, but one of them is not foreign affairs. And so as I try to reconcile the substantive support for what this is saying versus is this an appropriate role for our local legislative body to be playing? Just curious kind of how you're thinking about this with the fact that we are a local government.
I appreciate that question, Councilmember Pinto. I'd say it's similar to our act to designate Jamal Khashoggi Way. Sometimes there are issues that happen internationally that affect us and our residents, and we believe we want to send a signal of our support to move the federal government when they don't move quickly enough.
Okay, thank you. I thought about the Jamal Khashoggi Way comparison, although I'd say that's a little bit different because we had the authority to rename a street, a local street, that we could demonstrate our support in that actionable way. So again, I'm not opposed to what this is saying. I'm just concerned, or not concerned is the wrong word, but don't know where the line should be on the sense of the councils when it is a kind of foreign policy issue.
Fair enough. We did a sense of the council on the Ukraine-Russian war. We do these once in a while, not frequently, but sometimes. We will not be at all unique among local governments moving resolutions in support of American-Cuban relations. The federal government has been stuck for 60 years in one position, and it seems like they won't move unless they get nudged by folks like us, who are many times closer to the people. So I believe it's important and appropriate, but I do understand your concern.
Further on the resolution, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember White, for moving this legislation. I have constituents, a contingent of constituents who've been very passionate about this issue. And I think that moving this resolution today really honors that passion and that work that they're doing at the grassroots level to help empower people whose freedom has really been taken away from them in a lot of ways by our government's actions. And I also just want to note for the record that I have 2 staff of Cuban American descent, and I'm very happy that we can rep them today on the dais too. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadel. Councilmember White, I have a question for you. Do you know of other jurisdictions that have passed a resolution similar to this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there have been a lot. I apologize. I don't have a list of them, but I could send that to you. I would.
I think I'm asking more for the record. So what's a lot, like 3 or?
Yeah, I believe about 80. Mr.
80,
Chairman.
80.
About 80 local jurisdictions have passed similar resolutions.
All right, so this is not something where the district is standing out alone,
That's right, including
making-
Boston, Chairman.
including Boston. Well, that seals the deal.
That there.
A little punchy here. I'm a little punchy. Any further discussion? We have the resolution before us. PR 25-113. By voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't hear any no votes. The resolution is approved unanimously. Right, need some more. Thank you. The next 3 items are, I am moving at the request of the mayor. I'm not going to move them in block. I'm going to sort of speak to them initially in block, but then move them each separately. Each of these are contracts. The first is contract number GAGA, which stands for DCPS, GAGA-2022-C-0186 with Tama LLC, approval and payment authorization emergency declaration resolution of 2023. I'm just going to reference all 3 and then, as I said, move them individually. Contract number GAGA 2022 C-0048 with Security Assurance Management, Inc., approval and payment authorization emergency declaration resolution of 2023. And Milestone Therapeutic Services, Inc., purchase orders, approval and payment authorization emergency declaration resolution of 2023. I noticed these last week. I actually noticed them, I believe, last Monday, because I wanted to make it clear to these 3 vendors that the council would consider approval of payments to them for services that they have been rendering under contracts or purported contracts that have not been submitted to the council for approval. The District of Columbia Public Schools seeks council approval of retroactive contracts. DCPS has shared a list of 36 retroactive contracts that will be submitted to the council for review. The total of those 36 contracts, which have not received council approval, are $269 million. Many of these contracts are retroactive to fiscal year 2021. DCPS has pleaded that 3 of those 36 contracts face an imminent cutoff due to non-payment, since DCPS's misfeasance was uncovered by the Committee of the Whole in February. The first contract is with Tama LLC for school day paraprofessional aides and nurses dedicated to specific students who have disabilities. Tama LLC is a locally owned certified business enterprise. The contract has a base period of June 27, 2022 to September 30th, 2022. Note this is last year, with an option period from October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023. The not to exceed amount for the base year is $1,798,000, and the option period is $4,551,000. This contract was sent by the executive to the council for its mandatory review. That would be the option year, 10 months after the contract was entered into. It's more than 10 months if we include the base year. Like 22 months. The second contract is with Security Assurance Management, otherwise known as SAM, for DCPS school security guards who support weapons abatement, visitor entry management. If there's no objection, I'll continue. Building and grounds patrol and conflict de-escalation. SAM is a locally owned certified business enterprise. The contract has a base period of July 9, 2022 to September 30th, 2022. Note again, last year, with an option period from October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023. The not to exceed amount for the base year is $5,669,000, and for the option year is $23,769,000. I believe this contract was sent to us December, January, after the option year. Maybe not even that long ago. But of course, the base period was not sent to us. The third contract, and actually it's not a contract, is with Milestone Therapeutic Services for special education services for students with individualized education programs, IEPs. Milestone is a locally owned certified business enterprise. The total contract value for the base and option period is $7,496,000. This contract is pending transmittal by the executive. It was pending transmittal when I sent this notice. I am planning further hearings on DCPS's remaining outstanding contracts. But moving these three in order today, although one of them is arguably not a contract, moving them now because they have received no payments since the chief financial officer learned in February that these contracts had not been approved and had not even been submitted to the council, and the CFO put a freeze on any voucher payments for unapproved contracts. The halt in payments has produced cash flow concerns for these three vendors, others as well, but these three, two of them, I believe, have actually said they're going to cut off services. In fact, I have here DCPS reports that the vendors have stated clearly that they may not make payroll in the coming weeks and services may be stopped if approval of the contracts does not occur. So I'm reluctantly moving to approve these three so the vendors can be compensated for the services rendered to date. I will say more with regard to Milestone when we get to it, because that is arguably not even a contract. So the first is the contract with Tama LLC. It's item 1 under emergency request. I already gave the contract number, PR 25-206. So I move the emergency. Is there the declaration? Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Parker.
I have more so questions. Although we don't want them to, is there a reason why they are now saying they need council approval for these contracts instead of paying them like they've been paying all these other vendors?
The law makes clear that payments cannot be made unless they are properly authorized. The Home Rule Act makes clear that contracts over $1 million have to be approved by the council. So the contracts have to be approved by the council.
But it's clear that they've been issuing many payments. I think you said upwards of $200 million.
Yes, that would be against the law.
So it is clear that DCPS has been breaking the law. I guess, do you have a sense of why all of a sudden with urgency, they're saying we have to follow the law with these? And then secondly,
They're not with urgency suddenly saying we have to follow the law. We have said to them, you are breaking the law.
got it. And I imagine that investigation of the council is perhaps making them follow what they should have been doing all along and submitting the contract.
Yes, so the committee of the whole held a hearing on February 10th because of the 2 food service contracts, which we've approved one of them. The other one hasn't been approved yet. And DC Central Kitchen's the one we approved. We approved that, I believe, last month. We had a hearing on those 2 contracts, but that hearing evolved into discussing other contracts that we became aware of. In fact, we asked the DCPS to give us a list of contracts. They gave us a list, as I recall, of about 10. We actually had gone into the financial management system and discovered at least one other that they didn't give us. So that was a point at the hearing, which is not only why did these contracts not come to us timely? But why is it that these contracts had had a previous year that never came to us, that the chancellor was unaware of? And then why is it that when we asked you for contracts, you couldn't even give us a complete list? And in fact, of the list you gave us, why were there inaccuracies in the list? It's pretty bad.
It is pretty bad. A follow-up question. You're suggesting that the chancellor was unaware of these contracts?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's what you just said.
What he gave us was a list that was incomplete, that we knew was incomplete at the hearing. Subsequently, because I would say the hearing was embarrassing to DCPS, they went and did a scrub and identified, they've told us, 36 contracts.
Okay, one last question. Do you all know, or are you investigating who gives approval for these contract payments? I recall you mentioning that it may not necessarily be the chancellor.
I do not know what role the chancellor has, other than that the chancellor is responsible for the agency. There is a contract, a procurement process. And I don't know, I don't think the documents are actually signed by the chancellor. I think it is lower level members in the DCPS who would be signing the document. But let me say more. There's paperwork with the procurement, there's paperwork that then goes to the purchase orders, there's paperwork that then goes to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer for payment. And these, I don't know if all 36, but this issue has been presented to the Board of, help me, Brad V. The Board of Review of Anti-Deficiency Violations.
Good.
Called Brad V. Brad V has looked at this. I got a letter yesterday from Brad V saying that they had referred some of this to the Inspector General.
Good.
It would appear that at some level, it was represented on the paperwork that all the necessary approvals had been made.
So that means someone's forging or misrepresenting information. Just to wrap up here, getting to my point of what, if we can pinpoint who is giving the final clearance or who is responsible, I think that person or that team should be held accountable. And this should not be a situation where we just say, shame on you, DCPS. And we should be calling for an individual or a team of individuals to be held accountable, meaning perhaps to lose their jobs, because it's pretty egregious when we're talking about $200+ million.
I agree. So this is what I have done. When we realized this problem at the February 10th hearing, brought it to the attention of the Chief Financial Officer, actually did that a little before February 10th, also brought it to the attention of the Attorney General because they supposedly do legal sufficiency on these contracts. The Chief Financial Officer has, I believe, stopped making any further payments on any of these contracts that haven't had council approval. If you've been paying attention, I brought one contract, DC Central Kitchen, to the council last month, and these 3 today. That would be four out of the 36. The other 32 have not come to the council. I have said to DCPS that they have to submit them before I'm going to move them forward. They were trying, OPLA, Office of Policy Legislative Affairs, was trying to suggest that they would dribble them to us and we'd have them all by September. I've said, I'm not putting anything before the council until we get to 36, other than these, because these are payroll problems for CVEs. Yeah, there's 3 more that I'll probably bring up at the June meeting, but between now and the June meeting, there are 2 hearings. Councilmember Nadeau is having a hearing on a bill dealing with DCPS losing its procurement authority, and I have an oversight hearing on May 31st on the 36 contracts. And as I said, Brad V has told me that the Inspector General has been notified. I'm actually going to separately confirm that. And I continue to raised this with the OCFO as recently as a couple of weeks ago, because we thought when we went into the financial management system, the payments were still being made on these contracts. Apparently it was last year's contracts, the payments were being made. So the heat is still on. And there'll be a little bit more when we get to milestone. Further on this declaration?
Just briefly, Chairman.
Yes, and I apologize to this side of the dais because I've had my back to you.
I appreciate you bringing these contracts forward and the reasons for which you're bringing them forward, recognizing the work you and the committee continue to do on these contracts and the hearing that you all plan for later this month. I would just ask that the contracts that DCS submit include valid CBE subcontracting plans or valid existing waivers to account for the requirements under the law to contract with small business enterprises in the District of Columbia.
So last month, it was DC Central Kitchen, which is a nonprofit and therefore is not a CBE. The three before us today are CBEs, so I don't believe they have to have subcontracting plans because they're CBEs. We have reason to believe that many or most or maybe all of the other 32 may not have valid subcontracting plans because this is a mess.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Just want to ensure that as you are doing the work to get the contracts, that we're also making sure that the DCPS is adherent with the CBE subcontracting laws along the way.
Yes, well, and maybe come to the hearing that Councilmember Nadeau is having. When is the hearing? 25th. So we have the declaration, emergency declaration for Tama in front of us. Is there any further discussion? By a voice vote, all those in favor of the PR 25-206, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. I'll move the underlying measure, which is Bill 25-263, again, related to Tama LLC. Is there discussion? By a voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The next contract is GAGA 2022 C0048 with Security Assurance Management, Inc. Approval and payment authorization emergency declaration. One thing I would add is, I think in 2 or 3 of these, I got letters, but they wrote me late last week that as of last week, DCPS is $9,157,000 in arrears for that contract. Much of that debt is more than 90 days overdue. So I move the declaration. Is there discussion? By a voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. And the underlying bill, Bill 25-264, again for security assurance management. Discussion, I'm so moved. Discussion. By voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The next is PR 25-234, Milestone Therapeutic Services, Inc. Purchase Orders, Approval and Payment Authorization, Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2023. Now, I circulated an amendment nature of a substitute to the underlying bill, circulated that yesterday, and I have an amendment sheet that I circulated yesterday around 3 p.m. The amendment sheet is to the declaration. I'm going to note this. First of all, you may have noticed that this measure is phrased differently. This is not a contract GAGA number such and such approval and payment authorization. This is a purchase orders approval and payment authorization. In fact, I misspoke. With the amendment nature of a substitute, it will be the purchase orders payment authorization, deleting the word approval. Now, what am I getting at? So when the paperwork was sent over, we thought we would get the contract. When the paperwork was sent over, there was a legal sufficiency memorandum from the Attorney General that was part of the package. And in the certification, again, from the Office of the Attorney General, there is this language that was highlighted. OAG is not able to provide legal sufficiency for contract number GAGA 2020 C0016's contract base period and option years, as the contract in some modifications cannot be located by DCPS or Milestone Therapeutic Services. So following what we're supposed to do, we of course took the emergency measure and we submitted to General Counsel. And we got this legal sufficiency notice yesterday. It's very long. The emergency measure is legally insufficient for council consideration. So we have an amendment nature of a substitute to the bill. And the legal sufficiency says the amendment is legally and technically sufficient for council consideration because it would amend the bill. Now we're at the declaration. We would amend the bill to strike references to council approval and authorization of payment for purchase orders. It lists the purchase orders. So what we are doing with this amendment nature of a substitute is approving the payment. The payment by the chief financial officer. And as I said in the memo that I circulated yesterday, in fact, I probably should have read this first. The Emergency Act is introduced by the mayor, purported to approve a number of purchase orders in a bundle under the auspices of Section 451 of Home Rule Act, which deals with council approval of contracts over $1 million. The executive executed a contract in November 2019 for physical and occupational therapy services for DCPS students. This is kind of important. Physical and occupational therapy services for DCPS students. However, according to the documents transmitted as part of the so-called contract package, the underlying contract documents could not be produced in conjunction with approving the contract under this emergency action. According to the Attorney General's legal sufficiency memo accompanying the package, OAG is not able to provide legal sufficiency for the contract as the contract in some modifications cannot be located by DCPS or Milestone Therapeutic Services. When the issue of unapproved contracts was first discovered earlier this year, the chief financial officer stopped paying against purchase orders on unapproved contracts, including this contract. To date, Milestone has been paid under all but one purchase order since 2019. The remaining purchase order has not been paid since the CFO stopped payment. The amendment nature of a substitute, which I'll move when we get to the bill, would amend the Emergency Act to permit the CFO to make a payment on the outstanding purchase order, PO 687321, for services rendered and to be rendered in the amount of $1.354 million. Without violating, that is, authorizing the CFO to make the payment without violating the district's Anti-Deficiency Act. The amendment nature of a substitute is clear that this narrow exemption from the local Anti-Deficiency Act for the CFO to pay on the purchase order for a contract the council has not approved does not abrogate any other malfeasance on the part of DCPS as part of this procurement. So we are approving, we are authorizing the CFO to make the payment on the purchase order for about $1,354,000 against the purchase order without otherwise approving or ratifying or legitimizing any other action which appears to be malfeasance on the part of DCPS or any other government official as part of the procurement. Just want everybody to understand what a mess it is at DCPS with its procurement. And it's not, by the way, because they don't have enough people in their procurement office.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Henderson had her hand up, and Councilmember Bonds.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you outlining those pieces, but I'm sort of sitting here and bewildered here. So does the contract exist or can DCPS just not find it?
Neither DCPS or the vendor can produce a signed contract.
So you did $2.5 million worth of work without paperwork?
Well, that's, how do I want to put this? It's what we used to call a quantum merit contract. And it used to be that the executive would come to the council for payments, or there would be quantum merit payments, contracts, not contracts, yes, contracts, oral contracts, whatever, not written contracts. That's mostly a thing in the past. But it is possible to violate the law and procure services in violation of the law without a contract. And that there may have been a signed contract, but nobody can produce it. So
So how do we know that the $2.4 million is accurate if there's no contract that sets the terms of payment?
well, I'm not going to defend this too much, but what it would
I know that,
appear,
I know what you're not gonna do, but
it would appear that there were purchase orders written against a contract and the payments were based on those purchase orders.
how is there a purchase order written against a contract that doesn't exist? Okay, so maybe this could be a nice PSA to all the businesses out there that used to do procurement at DCPS. If you don't have a contract or a purchase order, you have just made a donation to the District of Columbia's government.
Well, that's nice, and I'm going to translate that. When we receive services,
We've received services with
Assuming-
no contract.
assuming that the services were actually provided, the vendor would be able to go into court and argue that's the quantum merit, that they provided the services and they're entitled to payment for it, for the value of the services. So we could be sued. And they would get paid. There are many problems with that. We'll start with this. The annual comprehensive financial report requires that there are management controls to ensure that payments are made in accordance with the law. So at a minimum, I think that is a serious concern. And DCPS should recognize that they are risking the government's annual financial report to have a management deficiency. That's serious.
Well, can I ask a different question? So you mentioned that the CFO stopped payment on certain contracts after
Stop
they
making payments.
stop making payments on certain contracts after they realized that the contracts were not approved. Has the CFO's office changed their practice to now check prior to issuing payment whether or not said contract has been approved?
I have asked and I have been told yes.
Because I can see this potentially being issued not just with DCPS, but some of the other agencies who also have independent procurement authority as well. Like, how do we know this is not a pattern in practice as opposed to a one-off?
Well, we know that it's been a pattern in practice with DCPS. I think we being the different committees just have to look at the contracts within their agencies. The reason this unraveled was because they submitted the 2 food service contracts in January and 6 months late. It actually submitted them in December, like the week before the last meeting when we were all preoccupied. And then resubmitted them in January, and we looked, why are we getting these 6 months late? And then realized that I believe they were option years and that the base years had never come to us.
Are
That's how it
these,
started to unravel.
for the vendor in this particular contract, are they still providing physical therapy services to students?
Yes. And that's why it's before us today, because they're owed quite a bit of money. I think my note here is 1.354 million. And they've threatened to cease providing services.
And have they, DCPS and the vendor, taken steps to actually write on paper that both parties have signed a new contract yet?
I I don't know. I think actually what they're working toward is a new contract that would come to us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm trying to find correspondence. I have corresponded with the CFO at least twice, and the CFO has said that they're changing their practices. Councilmember Lewis George?
Chairman, do
Oh, I'm
we?
sorry.
Councilman Bonds was first.
Councilmember Bonds.
Chairman, I just had a question about the purchase order. Is there a signature on the purchase order? Anything that would lead us to where and how this came about?
I don't know. We can try to get you an answer, but I think Bradby looked at that and determined that the IG Inspector General would have to look.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry that I overlooked you. Councilmember Lewis George?
Chairman, why would we pay the 1.345 million as opposed to any other amount?
I think because it's the total of the invoices that have been submitted. So there's a contract and then there's a purchase order that's issued
Right.
against contract, and then there are invoices that are billed against the purchase order. And my understanding is that the invoices total at 1.354 million.
Okay, and can the deliverables, I guess, goods services be like the deliverable of that contract? Can that be found?
The
Yes.
deliverables. I'm looking at the purchase orders. It's available online and it lists the quantity, which doesn't make sense to me because it looks like it's occupational therapy and physical therapy. So that might be hours.
Well, there should be a record of that, though. Like therapy, there would be a record of therapy.
There is a name of, but probably the program person at DCPS, which would necessarily be the billing person.
You can at least.
Okay,
The hearing is May 31st.
okay, yeah, well, I know we're gonna have a hearing soon, I guess. So the bigger question is, really, are there any other missing contracts at DCPS?
Well, they've identified 36. We have not become aware of any additional ones. So originally it went from 2 to like 10 to like 12 to like 36.
Okay. And as far as this goes, where is the agreement that we will pay a certain amount for those services that have been performed according to the contractor?
There's not a signed
Okay.
agreement.
Got it.
There's just a purchase order. There's an unsigned contract, I believe, but it's unsigned.
Okay,
Turn over here.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since there's gonna be a hearing on this, I've moved to close debate.
Been a motion to close debate, the effect of which is that anyone who has not spoken could still speak, but anyone else cannot. There's no objection. The motion will be approved. No objection. I have in the lineup Councilmember Parker.
Yes, I was actually gonna move to table this into June, and I would ask that we be provided more information. Essentially, what we're being asked to do is to take someone's word for this dollar amount with no proof of services provided, no contract. And I think that's insufficient. I know that's not your staff's fault, but if we could have more information, I think the council would be better served to have that before voting.
Well, the Attorney General's legal sufficiency did review documents. It just said that there isn't a contract. So and also our staff has been in contact with the Chief Financial Officer's office, somebody there. So I'm comfortable with our authorizing this Chief Financial Officer to make the payment. As I said, the amendment nature of a substitute amends the bill so that all that we're doing is authorizing the payment and we are not approving anything else. Somewhere in here, I believe I have an email that said from Milestone that basically says they're gonna cut off services if they don't get paid. So waiting another 3 weeks would be problematic. The services would be cut off.
Point of clarity, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Is this the food provider that's threatening to cut the food off? Who is threatening not discontinue services?
Milestone, who provides special education services.
Oh, special education service.
Yes.
And they all have already getting paid all this time without a contract?
They are owed at this point $1.3 million.
That's the bill.
Okay.
So I would argue against postponing. Again, the underlying amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Substitute.
what round are we
makes-
on, Mr. Chairman? Just, the clock should be adjusted to reflect where we are.
I can't speak to that. All right, there's a lot of noise going on here. Members should be uncomfortable with this. However, I would ask that this be approved because this is approving a payment. And that is all that it is doing. No, the payment is a payment.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm hearing in my left ear, we need order. I'm hearing in the right ear, a number of members speaking simultaneously. Let's take this in order. And there was a motion to close debate. Councilmember Parker, were you done?
Yes, my motion still stands. I would still recommend tabling this. And I think Councilmember White tabled to close debate.
You mean to postpone it to June 6th?
Yes, with more information being provided to members. And I appreciate that you're saying your staff has received this, but members haven't
I have
received
a
any of
question
that.
about the motion to table.
It's a motion to postpone to June 6th.
Okay, a question about the motion to postpone. But it's a question for you.
Yes.
On one hand, we're saying, but for our action today, services will be suspended,
Correct.
which I think we can agree, I would agree is a consequence we want to avoid. But then on the other hand, I'm hearing people say that we don't have any proof that services were provided in the first place. So what consequence are we trying to avoid if services haven't already been provided?
I wouldn't say we have no proof. There was an invoice submitted and there has been approval of the invoice. That would suggest that there's been a recognition, maybe even an approval that those services were received. In addition, this has been reviewed by the Attorney General because we had that legal sufficiency determination, legal insufficiency determination. So
Okay.
I don't have a doubt that the process to verify that the services were received has taken place.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just look for a second. So based on the reviews that I understand, the chief financial OCFO has been involved with this. The Attorney General's office has been involved with this. Of course, DCPS has been involved with this now that they realize and they've been begging for a month. I don't doubt that the services were rendered. There was an invoice submitted against a purchase order. The issue before us has been narrowed radically. All we are doing is authorizing, I didn't even say approving, authorizing payment by the chief financial officer. We are not in any other way. In fact, I think explicitly we're saying we're not excusing any conduct. We're not ratifying any conduct. We're not approving any conduct. All we're doing is authorizing the writing of a check by the chief financial officer based on an invoice that has not been questioned. Mr. Cash tells me that the letters we've gotten have been sent to email to members. Councilmember Fruman.
So one of the things I'm hearing is that a reason why we should pay is because if we don't pay, that eventually the contractor could take us to court and get payment through that mechanism. And I hear you that all we'd be doing is authorizing, but is there a way to authorize subject to a requirement that the Attorney General find that there's a legal obligation to pay in this setting? Because that's the reason people have said if somebody operates without a contract, aren't they at risk? And I hear you saying maybe, but there are legal theories under which we would have an obligation. And here, if all we're doing is authorizing, the thing I think people want to have comfort on is that the district actually has an obligation to pay, and the Attorney General could answer that question.
Councilmember McDuffie.
I appreciate Councilmember Fruman's point that he just made. I guess for me, what I would want to know, and it might address the concerns, maybe not. If we're not, so long as we're not in this process waiving any rights that the city has to enforce the contract, we should be able to do this today with assurances that the hearing will occur. And if the court, if the Attorney General's office needs to address it in court, they still have the ability to do that. I'm as concerned and unsettled about where we are today. And I appreciate the points that have been raised, but I think there's a way to move forward with this vote today, recognizing the concerns that exist and the vagueness that exists in the posture for this contract and others, quite frankly. But so long as there's still the ability of the OAG to enforce the district's rights under this contract, I'm comfortable proceeding with this today. And hopefully, maybe there's some comfort amongst other members that, we're not waiving any rights under this contract if we authorize this today, Chairman. Can you say that? Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, and I'm looking at the language in the amendment of a substitute. So what the bill says is unlike any other bill. It says the chief financial officer or his designee may approve disbursements for payment under purchase order PO 687321 in the not to exceed amount of $1,354,386.30 for the goods and services received and to be received during the period from February 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2023. This section shall not be construed to waive any of the requirements of Chapter 3 of Title 47 of the DC Official Code or on another district agency head, deputy agency head, agency budget director, manager, or other employee with respect to penalties related to the approval or disbursement of funds without appropriate authorization. So nobody's off the hook with this. And it doesn't even say the CFO shall pay. So the CFO still has a responsibility for verifying that the invoice is correct and verifying through DCPS that the services were received. I have every reason to believe that the services to date have been received because there have been a lot of eyes on this. Part of this authorization is for the remainder of the school year. But I have to emphasize this is critical because Milestone not only is a small CBE that is desperate right now to make payroll, but Milestone could possibly go out of business and then there'll be no services for the rest of the school year for these special education students. So I would argue against postponing it. All we're doing is authorizing the payment of a check And all the rest of it, meaning the rest of the issues and possible, I'll say, possible illegality is still very much ripe for investigation and punishment. So I think it's very serious. If we do not approve this, there's a possibility that the contractor vendor will go out of business.
Mr. Chairman, are there other vendors that could provide the services that Milestone Therapeutic Services provides?
I have no idea. And there would have to be a procurement to do that.
And do
Mr.
we have
Chairman.
an exact date that this provider will stop serving DCPS?
Emails were sent to everybody that we received, and I believe they say that they're at risk of not making payroll. Yes, Mr. McDuffie.
It was on the clock for me, and I know we have a motion pending. Councilmember Robert White wants to be recognized, but I'll just say, I would caution us, that notwithstanding where we are, I would caution us against anything that would penalize a small CBE that is providing services to the students of DC Public Schools, particularly if, from all the information that we have, the reason we find ourselves in this predicament likely lies with DCPS. So I would hope that we would contextualize this vote with that fact. This is likely an issue with DCPS, and I would caution us against penalizing a small CBE, especially where there are services being rendered to students, and what that could mean if we postpone this vote or vote against it today.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Councilmember McDuffie. And I think though we've reached the point of the information we're going to get today, which is why I'm glad you're having a hearing and have a motion to close debate pending, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and I've been disregarding that. Councilmember Fruman.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Mr. Chairman, the way that I interpreted the language that you read conforms with what I was looking for. So the way I understand it is we authorize payment, we don't mandate payment, and that payment needs to be done consistent with our procurement obligations, which means the kind of review that I was hoping for would have to happen before the check was written. So my sense from the language that you read is that we are protected, that we would only be paying something that the district would be obligated to pay and would be fully protecting our rights.
Correct. So there was a motion to postpone. Is that still pending?
I'll withdraw that.
Thank you. We have the declaration and I'd circulated an amendment. The amendment was circulated yesterday. I'm going to move that with the declaration. So it's one vote on the declaration with the amendment that I circulated yesterday. On the declaration, all those in favor with the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. On the underlying bill, I move the amendment nature of a substitute. This was circulated yesterday morning. Is there discussion? On the amendment nature of a substitute by voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The bill as amended, this is Bill 25-288. As amended. Any discussion? By voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you. I'm sorry that this has been aggravating, because it is aggravating, because DCPS has been a very bad agency. That is going to conclude our business. Give me a second. This concludes our business. We have a meeting on May 30th for second reading on the budget and the supplemental budget and the Federal Portion Request Act. Our next regular meeting will be June 2nd or June 6th. I don't know what day it is. I'm looking at your agenda. It says the second. And with that, the time is 4:44 in the afternoon and this meeting's adjourned.